Okay. All right, we'll call the special budget meeting to order for the Switzerland County Council. We'll start with Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone, please rise. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so thank everybody for coming. We have a quorum, so get started. I had on the agenda the updated salary ordinance to include the clerk's office. Some job title changes. I don't think that's ready yet. I haven't heard back from Garrett, so we'll just kind of table that to the September 10th meeting. So next up is Paige from Baker Tilly to give us an update on the spreadsheet you guys have in front of you.
So this is a one-page summary of where you stand right now with your budgets. So since I've talked to you last, there was a couple changes that we made on the revenue side of things, at least in the general fund. So one is we did get the information from the DLGF on your 2026 local income tax, and it was a little bit higher. It was about $60,000 higher. So we did update that. Also, we now have our property tax model up and running to model the effects of Senate Enrolled Act 1. So we did that for you, and the loss is less than what was originally projected by Legislative Services Agency. Not much less, about $60,000 less. So we incorporated those items into that. So if you can see, your county general fund is at the very top. We're estimating an ending cash at the end of this year of 1.56 million. Receipts for 2026, 5,165,000. Currently, what you have in Gateway as your proposed budget for the general fund is 5,636,900. So right now, your budget does exceed your receipts. We recommend that you obviously balance your budgets with your receipts. But there is something that you do have an option here. So right now, the way I understand it, the county reinvests the interest earnings. It goes back into the investment instead of just depositing it in the general fund. You can deposit those interest earnings into the general fund, and that will allow you to fund more things out of general. And that's typically what we see. And I think in your case, you need it. Right now, I think I estimated that so far this year, well, if we annualize what you've deposited in general so far this year, it's only like $12,000 for the whole year. But then last year it was like 800,000. That was interest earnings. So I understand that the Finance Committee is taking that under consideration, but if you don't make that change and we don't find any other revenues, which I can't see any other revenues, we would recommend that you cut about 461,000 out of your budget for the general fund. That's a pretty big cut. I don't know that you have room to make that cut. So I would consider depositing those interest earnings instead of reinvesting it, depositing it back into the general.
So Paige, with that said, because we've never done that, we have to go back to the Finance Committee and ask.
Yeah, right. That's
They
my
agree
understanding.
that
Yeah. That's fine.
we just started really funding our investments.
Yeah, you've got a lot in investments, which is great. That's your principal.
Right.
Let that stay in investments, but the interest earnings, I think, could really be helpful revenue for your general fund. And I did talk to Yvette about this, and she said she was going to talk to the Finance Committee about it.
Where disbursements outweigh receipts,
Yeah.
are there receipts still somewhere, or do we know, or?
We've analyzed all of your receipts, so we feel pretty comfortable with the 5,165,000. Yeah,
So the 461 puts us like little over 9% over budget.
For the 461,
Your recommendation for a budget cut? get
it's
the balance.
461. And yeah, let me finish explaining that because I didn't do a very good job. So column H, that blue column, is what you have budgeted for capital. That, by all means, you can take that out of cash reserves. In fact, that's a great use of cash reserves. So whenever we're looking at, well, what should you cut to keep a sustainable budget, we'll back out the capital piece. So instead of me saying you need to cut 471,000, which is how much you're over on receipts, I'm saying 461,000 because you had a small bit of capital in there. Yeah, so if you cut the 461 and we don't do anything with the interest earnings, we keep reinvesting those, then you'll have a sustainable budget going into the future. I can say that based on our analysis, the loss from Senate Enrolled Act 1 will start creeping up, but in your case, it doesn't look like it's going to be a lot. I think it'll be less than $100,000. I mean, again, that's less than what you have now, but your county does not appear to be significantly impacted by Senate Enrolled Act 1. You will be impacted, but not significantly. But again, we got to try to write this budget, and it could just be a matter of maybe you reinvest part of the interest earnings and put part of it into your general fund. Maybe that's the goal, but you've got some investments, and we sent you an agreement. I think it's still under consideration, maybe with the finance committee, but we can help you get the best investments out there. We can shop it. So, that could mean that you're earning even more interest.
I think that group's meeting in September.
Okay.
To take on your vote.
Okay.
How many dollars in 2025 so far was gained in interest,
I didn't bring that spreadsheet with me. I think when I annualized for the whole year, it was going to come out to be 800,000 to 900,000. So I think it was maybe 400,000 or 500,000 so far, but it was reinvested. It didn't go back into general.
Right.
There are some interest earnings going into general, but it's not very much. It was like 6,000 through the end of June, something like
So
that.
if we did even half.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
The reduction.
Yes, absolutely.
If, all right, Paige, is column A, the cash balance will be the end of,
At the end of this year, so December 31st, 2025, we're estimating ending cash at 1.56 million.
okay, does that, I'm assuming that looks at all the, additional revenues that's still yet to come in?
Yes,
For this calendar and
Yeah.
disbursements
Yeah.
that haven't gone out?
Yes, we
Okay.
ran a cash flow for 2025, and that's what we ended up with.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
for all these funds.
So any of these funds, and we don't have to pick one in particular, but if you end up with a higher cash balance at the end of the year, let's say, you didn't spend something that you thought you were going to have to, so that you end up with a higher cash balance, and these things need to balance here,
Mhm.
because even though that we're way over, we're still ending up almost at 20%, which is not a
Yes.
terrible number.
It's not.
What's so on this irregular fund that might run into the situation, it might even be higher than 20, if we're going here at 50.
Yeah, if you don't spend your whole budget, it might be higher, but the key is trying to balance your disbursements with the receipts that you bring in. Having that strong cash reserve is good. We recommend about 25%.
So somebody that does find themselves in that situation, is the best thing to do, pull out an item and make it a capital expense to pay maybe straight out of cash, like pull it out of your budget for next year?
Yes, you could. I mean, that's
I mean,
the
is
first
that-
place I would.
Because how else do you
That's-
lower that number?
Right, that's the first place I would cut is capital. Unfortunately, that's the first place to go because most of your expenses is in personnel.
Good.
You're just like
Right.
every county. So yeah, we don't want to do that, but I think there might be an easier way, and that's with this interest
Yeah,
earnings.
I agree.
Now, if that starts going down, then we might have an issue, but I know it's tempting to try to utilize some of those reserves, but the best use of cash reserves is for non-recurring items or capital outlays. And you've got some strong cash reserves there. So that's good, but just trying to keep you sustainable going into the future. With very limited resources, we understand that.
What- sorry.
Highway again.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, that's the highway again.
Let me see. I know we didn't have, I think you guys are still probably working on Cume Capital Development. I didn't have a budget for that. Cume Capital Development is more of a project driven, so if it's out of balance, we don't get too excited about that. But just for your information, you only bring 89,000 in a year, but you've got a pretty big balance in there. So that's really for capital. In fact, I would try to pull out as much capital from the other budgets and put it into Cume Capital Development.
So I read there, you can do like election equipment and stuff. too.
Oh, yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's something.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, for sure.
Nobody turned in a budget for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
right, understand. Yeah, I didn't think it was done yet.
But it's got a pretty good amount of money. in it.
Yeah, it
Yes.
does. It
It's-
does.
it's-
So
it's-
somebody's,
Yeah.
Definitely an option if we go to cut back on county general, like
yeah.
some of those things can move over there maybe.
Mm-hmm. The EMS fund, I didn't have a budget for that, or it wasn't in Gateway. But there you have revenues of 1.132 million. So you've got a pretty good cash reserve there.
Our book has 1.19.
Oh, so you do have,
That's-
okay,
yeah,
one
it's
It's
point,
on our book, so it's fairly
one
close.
point one two. Yeah, I didn't see it in Gateway. 1.12. Oh, okay, so that'd be balanced then.
One
You said-
point, it's 1.19
1.19.
is what I saw in the book.
Yeah, it's close.
Oh,
It's a little
Okay.
bit over, but not.
Yeah,
That's,
so- but you've got some, oh, yeah, okay.
We just had that lit tax, this is the first year that we had that lit tax, so it's helped a
Yeah,
lot.
sure.
Yeah,
Hopefully their billing has
Yeah.
gotten better as well.
It has, it's a different company and everything. So
the health fund is not balanced, but I did want to talk about that for a minute. So we see this a lot of times in counties where health and reassessment will have some pretty large balances. So for a while or for a year or two, counties will try to spend down those reserves. So I mean, I think that's okay where it's sitting now, even though it's out of balance by 118,000, because look at the cash reserves would still be 31%, but I think next year you'll have to address that. And really the only way you can address it is two ways. Cut the health budget, which I know they're limited in funding as well. That Health First Indiana has really gone down, the grant monies. But number two, shifting property tax from general to health. And that's, you guys are too tight to do that too. So I guess with health, if they can't cut that budget, I think they need to know that cuts are probably going to be forthcoming. Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
I'm looking, I have attended multiple Health First, from the governor's office to the commissioners to Association of Council. And I don't disagree with the term that councils and commissioners were hoodwinked, because this whole deal came to us as we will not have to pay for anything. We're gonna get all over the place.
Yep.
So we just picked up an additional budget out of health
Mm-hmm.
for 80,000. That 80,000 is exactly the number that you can get your maximum benefit from the state. What I'm not seeing is there's a minimum number to receive. That budget is 46,000. Now I'm seeing other council members that are coming back saying, and I mean, this is a discussion around the state.
Mm-hmm.
They're feeling we can't cover this, and we're one of the
Yeah.
smaller ones. And so this is an additional 80 grand on top of us. But then when you go into this budget,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not for you to answer, but I know that you're involved with the other counties.
Yes.
So 20% of this budget for Health First was to increase payrolls by 20% in our county.
Mm-hmm.
Payroll would increase 20%. Then the big surprise here was, to me, and I don't know how many of you have gone in and looked at this, but I'm seeing grants were given to the YMCA and CAC out of county government funds that we just gave out of our own funds, and nobody told us that. So we had a double delivery from Switzerland County to the YMCA of an additional 10, to CAC of an additional 5. We should have been told before we gave our money.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing this from the other council members and commissioners. What the heck is this? So a total of that $300,000 budget that they're operating on,
Mm-hmm.
over a third of it went for personnel and for grant money.
Mhm.
We can't operate like this. And I hear what you're saying because you just said what everybody else, this thing grows next year because there's no guarantee the state isn't going to come back and say, you're picking up more. So Holcomb, he created the mess with the 200 million. Now the new governor comes in and says, county, you want to do it? You want to give out and approve all these salary increases? Now it's your mess to take care of.
Right.
But the whole deal is, we were never supposed to pay a dime of this to begin with.
Yeah, when Health First Indiana, when that funding program first came out, it was great. It was like, oh my God, we're getting all this money. They have severely cut that, and I think it'll probably end up going away. So the counties I'm working with, they're already laying off any employees that were hired under Health First Indiana, they're already laying them off.
They're cutting, guys, they're cutting
It's-
people left and right.
Because you're not getting the funding
Right,
anymore.
the salaries that are tied to this, they're telling their health departments to go back and cut that salary out of it and reduce your salaries immediately. And some are just saying, we can't afford it. So, I mean, that's a hundred
And they're coming in today, so that'll be a good topic for them. And I know they moved one salary from Health First over to Health.
Oh,
I'm curious if
Yeah.
that's just a one-year thing and then that goes away. It
So-
may have to, but I mean, I don't know. But
to put this in perspective, that Health First Indiana fund, which you have a separate fund where they
Right.
added some stuff in there. And this year, they got almost $300,000.
Right.
In 2026, they're only gonna get the 80,000. So whatever they can't fund, they're gonna have to cut because you all can't come up with the additional
Right.
funding.
Then
I mean,
DLGF just sent out their bulletin to all council and commissioners and said, don't think this is, the chances are that next year, if you accept this year, you're gonna pay even more next year.
yeah,
To your point,
right.
we're gonna eat something even bigger. And I feel like we were hoodwinked by the state. We got taken down a road, not just us, everybody. And I think
Yeah.
the health department got thrown into this, but the health department should have told us from what HFI is directed and what in my conversations with them, they showed me where to go. We should have been told that you were increasing your personnel budget by 20%.
Mhm.
We should have been
Yeah.
told that you were giving grants to CAC into,
Mhm.
this doesn't look good all the way around. I understand why the whole industry, why the Indiana Council is
Mhm.
upset about this.
Yeah.
And they're just
Yeah.
cutting.
Mhm.
And I think we're gonna have to end up doing exactly
well,
that.
they did budget 80,000 for Health First for
Okay,
26.
yeah.
So I feel like our health department's adjusting.
Lance,
Yeah.
that's the maximum.
Yeah.
They didn't even put in here to let us know out of this budget that the minimum is 46 that we still get benefits from. They moved their salaries. If you look at this, they did what other health departments around the county, around the state have done. They took their salaries and moved them over into their original budgets now.
Well, I think there's just one.
So that's a pretty big one.
That's 40, it's 40,
One goes from $40,000 to $50,000, just one salary. We're paying more for our administrator out of our health department than we are our clerk, our treasurer, our auditor, all these people. That was a huge increase. Were you aware? I wasn't aware that we were doing this kind of stuff. They should have, I mean, Health First is saying to me, well, did they not come to you and update you on a quarterly basis? Because that's what our we never got a recommendation on any of this stuff. The grants really bothered me.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about that.
Mhm.
and health, we can't use public safety for health.
No,
I didn't think so.
No.
Speaking of public safety, which I know it's further down, but,
We can get off of this.
with that one basically going away, are we allowed to, because we're carrying about $230,000 balance,
Mhm.
can we put some more salaries in there to use that up? Because
If
we only
it's
got 2
public
years.
Safety, yes.
I
if
mean,
it's
yeah,
public
it'd be,
safety, Yes,
sheriff's deputies or
Right.
whatever, but we could,
absolutely.
but, I
So,
mean, it's not gonna balance, obviously, but
yeah, but you can use it up because it will,
It's gonna
the
go
funding
away.
will go away at the end of 27, but then you all will have an opportunity to adopt a county services local income tax
Yeah.
that can pay for anything in the
Yeah.
county. So that might help, but
That all starts
but-
next year, right?
You would adopt it in 2027 for implementation in 28. So you still have 26 and 27 to
We got 2 more
go.
years to use up that cash
Yes,
balance.
to use up the cash. Yep.
For like, sheriff's deputies or jailers or communications.
Yes,
or
anything
Court
public safety.
system, right?
Yeah.
So there, yes, you could alleviate a little bit out, from your general fund and shift it over there to public safety. Even if it's not balanced, because you could spend down that cash.
On that safety one, I know there's a new rule now that they have to show us their commissary funds. The sheriff did do that. The only thing that we haven't done that he didn't do for us is he just gave us a sheet that says, I spent $8,000 on uniforms. He's required to give us the receipts and a description of why he purchased them. That hasn't happened, so we haven't blessed that
Oh, okay,
commissary
commissary
yet.
fund, yeah, okay.
And I don't think he understands that he's supposed to give that to us, and I'm not sure that everybody here understands we were supposed to receive that, and we're supposed to acknowledge receipt of it. That's that issue, but my point on this commissary, can we direct him to use some of that commissary,
My understanding, that's completely under his control. That's my understanding.
but we still have the right, from what I'm seeing, he has to report to us. what
He does
used it
have to
for.
report it, yes, but it's my understanding, I mean, you can double check with your attorney, but it's my understanding that he has complete
I
control.
mean, if he's using it for uniforms and he has a budget for uniforms, I mean, his
Mhm.
budget exploded, it's like double.
Yeah,
He had 8,000 in there for the budget, but then he used 8,000 or 9,000 out of commissary also. So I'm not sure what we're spending $17,000 in one year on uniform. Maybe there's a
Mhm.
reason, I don't know.
yeah, I don't know.
Did you guys notice that? On the commissary?
Yeah. I read through it. I didn't see, I guess I didn't know that there was more details he was needing to give.
Yeah,
so.
you gotta give.
Did you let him know that? I mean, did you email him? or-
I'm just catching up on all of that. I
Okay.
read it also.
That's what I mean. If he doesn't know that, I mean, we might,
Talked in,
yeah, that's,
that's the only, but we have to stick in the file is because of what's happened in the state with the sheriff department
Mhm.
commissary.
Mhm.
Not our issue, but I guess it is now. We just have to show that we received the receipts and we didn't have any objection to the spend. So we can't use that commissary as,
I'm pretty sure it's under his control.
So even if you have objections or something. you
I
can-
know, I don't
he
think
just
there
has to
is.
explain it to us. And that's all of what happened in Clark County, so. Now it's whole state.
Whenever one person does
Yeah.
something now.
One to do it.
Yeah,
Right,
thank you for
exactly.
that.
Your motor vehicle highway restricted and motor vehicle highway non-restricted are fine because, yes, it does look like they're out of balance, but that you've got some capital in there. So those are fine. You've got strong, healthy reserves in there. Riverboat, I didn't see a budget for that. But obviously that's
They
where
never appropriate.
they don't, okay.
Mhm.
So we're estimating you'll have almost 12 million. That's where a lot of your investment is coming from. The interest and stuff is coming from that. Statewide 911, your fund looks like a lot of other county units where you're just not getting enough from the state to cover the disbursements. But so right now I'm showing it a little bit out of balance there. We do recommend that your cash reserves are at least 15% of your disbursements. That's why some of these are in the red, like the statewide 911, it's below 15% at 11.4%. That's what we're estimating at the end of 26. So really, it should be a little bit higher than that. So cutting from there would be ideal, at least 32,000 if you can.
do you expect those receipts to stay? If 171 is kind of low, do
Yeah.
you think they're gonna stay that way?
Yeah, they've been pretty much flatlined, or if anything, going down a little bit. So, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we've never worried about that fund since I've been on council. It's always been fine.
Some of that, no, because you're right, we haven't had to deal with this before, but some of that's because of the cuts by the state.
I really think some of it has to do with like track phones, burner phones, because they don't pay that tax, and that's where this comes from. So I don't know. There's been proposed legislation that's trying to tax
didn't know
those burner
Yeah.
phones. and
I knew-
track
I
phones.
knew where it came from, but I didn't think about the.
Yeah, so it really has been somewhat flatlined.
So no, no,
It's not-
But Page on,
Yes.
just real quick on the,
Mhm.
so like the motor vehicle,
Yes,
the 1173, so that one's like 300 over, but we're not listing it as needing cuts. Is that because that's not a
You've got-
levy?
it's because in column H, you have about almost 900,000 in capital there. So.
But looking at the general
Mhm.
in a similar situation, is that
Right.
because it's just a,
You have 10,000 in capital there.
Are we too late this year to file for the wheel tax?
You would have to adopt it by September 1st. So yeah, probably, because you have to send out notice.
I was just
So
wondering why that one wasn't being asked to cut when the general is,
Because
because of the
it's the
capital.
capital, yeah. So here's what we're saying about the restricted is that you're gonna overspend your receipts by 300,000, but 900,000 of that is capital, one time.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, so we're just saying that's okay because you're utilizing capital.
okay.
If you're spending down your reserves for recurring items like salaries and wages, that's when it's not balanced.
Okay.
I know it's a little confusing there.
No, that makes sense.
And on general, you only had 10,000 of capital, so that's why almost all of that negative net cash flow would be a cut unless you decide to put that interest earnings into your general.
On the local road and street.
Yes,
The capital that's there, I guess I'm kind of confused, what would be the capital there?
that capital is, I don't have the budget with me. Usually it's like projects, road projects.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't,
have like stone and gravel and stuff.
I think it
Yeah,
does
they
too,
have-
that's what I was saying.
could it be equipment, road
It
equipment?
could be
I just
equipment,
don't
just
remember.
like any kind of, I guess you would say, infrastructure.
Yes.
maybe,
Yeah,
they-
okay.
they need-
Because I was looking at 2.3 on the.
Yeah, it's getting low in reserves
Yeah.
on that one, but luckily that fund you don't pay any personnel out of, but still that is a little bit low on the reserves. I mean, we would want you to try to be around 15% or more, and in general, like 20-25%. Reassessment, there's a lot of reserves in there, so I mean, you could spin that down for a couple of years, but then eventually we'll have to address that. And addressing it would mean, again, shifting property tax from general, and I don't think you can afford to do that. So I'm not saying you absolutely have to cut it this year, but
It's only gonna grow though.
yes, well, right, that's what I mean. I mean, really, according to the funding, their budget should only be around
Do
113,000.
you have any idea what it would grow to, just say next year?
The funding? Well, we're anticipating a 4% growth in property tax, so probably maybe around 4%, probably something a little bit less since you have that Senate Renewal Act 1 impact. So say 3.5% maybe.
Anybody else have any questions?
I do.
Okay.
So we have three, I'd like to understand where these come from.
Mhm.
Right now, our commissioners out of their casino revenue have been paying for, well, for the health building. They've been paying for the employee benefits.
Okay.
I know what the rule is next year. Everything goes to the general fund. Where is that right now? Is that included in the general?
Why is everything going to general fund next year?
That's everything that we pay for. You need to walk us through that. You have to put everything into the general fund because of SB 1. All,
No.
right? Is that, I thought that was the,
No, it's not. If you can continue paying for things out of Riverboat.
I get we can pay for it,
Mhm.
but aren't we supposed to start off with what our actual receipts and our actual costs are to all the right funds? Because they don't have to accept that by rule. They don't have to pay for benefits and they don't have to pay for the buildings.
You mean the Riverboat fund?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to. I mean, I don't know how it's set up down here, but I mean, you can, nothing in the new legislation impacts you paying things out of Riverboat. So you can continue to do that.
My issue, the reason I'm asking this, guys, is the new number came out for Riverboat Casino. It's gonna drop $400,000 this year. So they're trying to figure out, commissioners, where are they gonna pay it was 6.3.
Mhm.
It's falling, I guess, all the way back to 5.8, 5.9.
It's been falling.
Yeah.
You're
So
like the
They
other
gotta come up
counties.
with 400,000. Are they gonna gift us back some of this stuff? We don't know, but that could be an
But
addition.
they also have, they could do a similar thing with putting the interest money back in there. That's because those are separate. You can't, you got your public invested money and you got your casino invested money. Those have to go back into those individual funds.
Right.
I don't know that they've done that either.
But how much do we want to start borrowing from ourselves or
Well, we're
taking?
not really borrowing. We're just using some of the interest off of what we have, but it's kind of crazy to me to consider major cuts when you're sitting on $18 million in that investment. So it's, and that's where they can help as well, is reinvest some of the interest to fill some of the gaps. Because in my opinion, come 2028, I mean, it's like a massive reset button. You gotta, all of our taxes revenue streams go away and we gotta create new ones.
Yeah.
And so you gotta realign some categories and the whole county-wide's gotta be looked at because we gotta do townships and towns. So it's, to me, it's almost just getting to 28 and then creating what the new revenue streams will look like. Cause we can't get public safety anymore and our SCER tax specifically can't happen. You gotta do something different. It's just a matter of getting there, to me.
I think your riverboat's gonna continue to decline. You're kind of like Ohio County, Dearborn County. We're seeing the same types of declines. And what I mentioned to both of those counties is that there may come a day where you may need to get special legislation to permanently increase your property tax levy to recoup for the loss of that riverboat revenue. Because at some point, the riverboat could pull out. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't
and
know.
This is where Garrett's telling us for casino counties. He's basically said that the other counties are looking at us going, you guys have been getting money. Don't think we're gonna give this, that kind of a
Mhm.
deal.
Yeah. Well, what are they gonna do? Just let you just
I
fall
guess
apart?
that's when we get here, we're gonna end up borrowing from ourselves to do the investment.
Oh.
It's gonna be even more. Because I mean, Garrett can speak for this. I've asked him. He said it was made clear to him. You guys, in 6 other counties received some big numbers. The rest of us don't feel bad for you that your budget's going down.
Nation.
Mm.
That stinks.
It does,
It's
it
the
does.
ones
It
that
really
are
does.
charging. So the ones like about to have 1,000 are in general.
Okay, but that,
Everything in blue is what commissioners are.
okay.
Okay, does anybody else have questions for Paige? Some of these, in the past, when we go through the departments, some of them have money that they had appropriated, but they didn't spend for whatever reason.
Mhm.
And we would, if they said they weren't gonna use it and they were okay, were we gonna unappropriate it?
Yeah.
Is that still worthwhile to do that? That would
Well,
increase that first line, right? But-
It would, but you don't have to take official action to do that because you can still fund your budget. So I wouldn't take official action. If they don't spend it, that's great. It will increase that column A, but you don't have to take official action to tell the state you're not going to spend it. Now, I would tell you that if in column D you had negative cash balances where you couldn't fund your budgets, then we would want to do that because then we would have to notify the state that, hey, you're not going to spend your whole budget. So therefore we can fund 2026 budget. You're not in a position to do
Okay.
that yet.
I mean, I think there wasn't a ton that I saw, but there was some.
Yeah.
And if they were, in the past, because we've been in worse spots than we're in now, but, they were okay with that.
I mean,
We would
if
cut-
you,
We would add it up and it would help us with our.
yeah,
bottom
you
line.
can ask him to do that. And then I'm just saying you don't have to pass a resolution or anything like
Right.
that, but you can, sure, if you can say, hey, we won't cut your budget by X amount if you agree to not spend something out of this year. Yeah, that's totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah.
With 4 months left in a year.
I know,
How-
right?
you-
We're
you
getting
can't-
close
How are we gonna
to-
say that?
Yeah.
It would be specific things that aren't happening,
Yeah.
not
Right.
fuel and things like that, but just a project maybe that they were gonna do that it didn't happen this year.
Yeah.
So they know they're not gonna spend that.
Yeah.
Those are the types of items I was thinking of. Okay.
So, Paige, I know we have to discuss after this, after you leave, we gotta discuss the process. And last year we were over 10% in the general fund. And a part of the process that we came up with last year was we did not borrow from our investment. I understand And I don't think we should do 100% to fund this.
Mhm.
But last year, what we did in the process was we went back to all the department heads
Mhm.
from this meeting we're in right now.
Mhm.
We told them to relook at their, and we asked for a 10% reduction.
Mhm.
If we today said, and I like where Lance is going, I like your comment, I like what we've all talked, we're having this discussion. Not to borrow the entire amount from our investment, because I don't believe you take from your investments. I don't think that should be
Even
an
just the
ongoing
interest
thing.
earnings though,
Well, you
because you
could do
keep
your-
the principal, and that's
sure.
what we're saying, just the earnings off of that investment.
We, so the Fed chair just
Mhm.
reduced the rates. So that means, and they're saying now he's going to do it 3 more times this year.
Mhm.
We're not going to benefit from that 4.25. It looks like the Indiana Trust, which is where we're getting all this from, could fall all the way down to 3, maybe 2.75.
Mhm.
Well, that's not, now we got to pay attention to that.
Right.
Nobody's helping us.
Right,
That's where you guys can help
Yes,
us if
we
we,
can
if
help
we
you.
hire you.
Yeah.
So that number is going to drop next
it
year.
is,
We
I agree.
benefited from
that
the
it will.
4,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be 4 anymore, folks. It's
Mhm.
going to be 2.
So the Fed chair's already cut.
Yeah, they cut.
Yeah.
They're making their cut. That's why that's why the market exploded on Friday.
How much?
So, what is it, 25 basis points, is- I don't know,
Oh,
looking at a 50
okay.
basis point. So with that said, if we borrowed 50%, if we said half of 461
Mhm.
is 230,000 that we have to have in cuts. Right? I mean,
Right,
we're
if
not
that's
asking
what
to
you
find
decide,
the
yes.
investment team to
Right.
say, cover everything.
Yeah.
We got to do our part too. Everybody knows. Last year, we asked for 10%. We gave it back, as you remember, Todd. We gave it back. We gave it back to them, said, come to us with cuts. We got everything from 10% down to 2%. But when it finally came back to us, we had to make an additional 3.25% cut because they found the money where they knew it was from. We can
Okay.
sit here today and go line by line with everybody and make the 50% cuts, or give it to the department heads and ask them, guys, you got to come up with what would now be about 4.75% of cuts. And then take that back. And if we don't get those 4.75, we have to do this. We have to manage our budget. We can't
Yeah,
hide from going and
think
getting it from investments.
The closer or the more you can cut out of general, the better off you'll be in the long term. But very much so. I agree with you on 2 counts. The riverboat's going down and the interest rates are going down. So yeah, I can't disagree with anything that you said there. I mean,
Lance, I think that has to be the discussion of the process that we're getting ready to go into. We all have to agree to the process.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. I don't like the across the board numbers. For two reasons. One is there's some departments that can't do that without getting into their salaries, existing salaries. And then there's departments that didn't ask for anything. This happened last year. Departments that hardly didn't ask for any raises at all. And then there's some that had quite a bit in there. So you ask those two groups to cut the same number, well, that's not really fair.
And
They
it worked
patented
out last
theirs.
year. No, it worked out last year
And-
because we had.
I just don't like that. I don't like that
The
approach.
exact departments you're talking about, only 2 departments got to 10%. It was 2%. The smaller ones that couldn't cut anymore, they came back to us and said, we don't have it. Other ones did 3, 4, 5, but when it came back to us, it wasn't 10% anymore. It was 3.75. It just, everybody, I mean, if you've done budgets, and I imagine everybody does. You bake a little extra into the.
Yeah, and it doesn't bother me if somebody puts an exorbitant raise in there, because I got a pencil here and I can take it out. So that's, that's we don't have to agree with them on salaries. It's
No,
our
no, we
call.
don't.
So to me, I do the math. I've got it all penciled in on the side here. If they got a 0 budget, I got the number right here, a 0 raise, 2%, 3%, whatever, 5. I like going department by department and sorting this out. That's how I've always done it, and that's the way I like to do it.
I just believe that last year it worked out better for us to send them. And I mean, that's part of the process. You can tell we're gonna have to borrow from that interest fund.
Mhm.
My concern there is we don't know how many cuts the Fed's gonna have between now and next year.
Mhm.
If he takes it down below to that 2%, the numbers that we're seeing for interest, guys, it's not gonna be this number as good as you've had it over the last 2 years. It's not. And we're gonna give that to council in 2027, the Carries and the Kims right now. You're gonna own it. I wouldn't, it doesn't make sense to me from a financial guy. You don't borrow, you don't take from your 401k continuously. You gotta hold yourself accountable for the budget and balance. You can get help, and I think that's what you're saying. We can
Mhm.
get help.
Yeah.
And we still have to ask the investment committee to do this.
Right.
Okay. Anybody have anything else for Paige?
This is big, this is fantastic.
Oh, good.
We've never had anything like this.
Appreciate you coming in this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Kyle gets to be first up.
Kyle, yeah, so we'll start off with, extension office,
All right.
starting off. Move behind, but we'll catch up.
Well, that's all right. Well, good morning, everyone. So we'll start you off with an easy one, easy budget today. So we're asking for our typical or normal 3% increase in contractual services and also an increase in office manager, which is a county employee. That's the rate that you folks will set. That are the only increases that we have asked for from 25. The rest of our line items will stay flat or 26. So our total increase is just a little less than $3,000 from 25 to 26. I know we have a few folks, new folks on council. I can go through each line item if you like, Lance. Have you let me to do that?
I'll just leave it, if any council members got questions about any line items, I'll leave it at that.
So I know that you weren't here, Lance, and I want to state this again. We're starting this process. It's not your meeting, it's all of council. We have to agree to the process. So are we saying we're going to go line by line? Is that what the council's saying? We're going to go line by line, or do we want to look at this in a different way? I don't have a problem going line by line.
I think, this is my take on it, I think it's council's responsibility to go through this entire book. And,
But
hold on,
I agree.
hold on, go through this entire book and look at things that, as these budgets have been presented, and see if they're what they ought to be, or if they need to be cut, or, I found one, I thought salary was too low. I'll bring that up later, but, and go through this. Our purpose today is to meet with the department heads to ask some questions about any of these things.
Right.
I don't expect to come up with a final number today
Okay,
on anything like that, but it's to answer questions so that you can make a number at the end that you think is accurate.
to your point, and I'm happy to do this. I just want to make sure we're following this. Is it your intent have we agreed how much that we want? Let's say we cut half of it.
Okay.
Are we starting off the meeting saying, hey, as a collective group, we're going to go with what's left? We're going to ask the investment team for 50% or whatever that final number is. Is that where we're going?
I think that number she wrote down is way more than we could ever cut.
I don't
At this,
disagree.
in 1 year, one time. So,
Yeah.
yes, I think that in the way I'm heading into this is that there's certainly cuts to make in here. And we need to see where we end up, and the rest is probably gonna be interest money. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Won't really know that we're done.
Or things can be moved out and bought with capital. There's a couple things I marked up.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
But that goes along with budget reductions. I kind of look at them in the same light, but yes, I think there's gonna be a gap to fill with interest money.
So we're all in agreement that, I mean, I think whatever that dollar is, and we got to do a very good job of making cuts. I don't think we should ask the investment team to cover 100% of that
No,
big number,
I'm okay with that.
but we're gonna end up making some cuts to get down there, because I'm
Like
not,
you said, that interest will grow less and less as they cut.
Yeah.
it started now. It started, okay, so we're gonna go line by line, but our intent is whatever that number is at the end, we're gonna ask the investment committee.
We're gonna have to ask them
to
for
use.
something. Yeah, I don't know what it'll be, but I think, yeah.
Okay,
And like I said, it doesn't have to be like line by line, but any questions that, as these department heads show up, on there, but,
Sorry, I didn't know.
No, you're fine.
so. I didn't, Kyle, I didn't see anything in here that like you guys wasn't using, well, printing and advertising it, that's just $500, but is there anything that you guys aren't gonna use that's in your existing budget?
No, we pretty well use everything that we need.
Okay.
I wish you guys would wait for last time. Okay, because you got the, I think it was the easiest budget
Yeah.
of all.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, I don't see any other, I didn't really have any other questions or anything.
I just wonder, what are the contractual services?
Contractual services is the contract between Purdue University and Switzerland County.
Okay,
So it provides for extension services at the county.
all right, so Purdue then actually funds the extension aid.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a tiered system. So you have county pays some, Purdue pays the rest. Yeah.
Anybody have anything else? All right, sorry you had to sit through
That's
the
all
first
right.
hour.
We appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. I guess, Gail, if anybody does have things that they're like, we're not gonna use this, we can appropriate, I'll ask them probably just to email you. If we have a record of it, because it's their call.
Then
It's,
we can have a spreadsheet.
it's a department head's decision to do that. Okay,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Covington, he is
Yeah,
veterans, which is under the commissioners, so it's under tab 1 about in the budget. Another fairly small budget here.
$127.
Perfect.
There it is, toward the very back of tab 1.
Pretty close.
It's pretty small, you might pass it. Okay.
Getting there.
Right after the,
Planning
it's right after, right after planning.
Yep.
Yeah, I got this theory. If you don't ask for much, you never get disappointed.
Good life lessons there, Dwayne.
There you are.
Pardon me?
Good life lessons there.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like if your budget's almost the same as last year. huh?
It ain't a whole lot of difference. I shuffled some around, basically out of the fuel budget as well as the maintenance because I can't get nobody to drive the bus anyways, and it's still up in the air. So, I didn't want to do away with it completely in case we get some other option down the road. So, and I did ask for a little bit more on salary, but whichever. But other than that, it's about the same.
So that computer software fee, is that something you gotta pay every year to do?
Well, actually, that's a fail safe. Right now, IDVA is paying for it. Okay, but what it is, the VetraSpec system that the state of Indiana uses for all county service officers, they pay for one service officer a year with VetraSpec. But if somebody else was added on or another temporary, then they had to have the old license, and that's about where it runs.
Then that comes out of yours.
Yeah, that would come out of the budget here.
Okay.
But the way it's going now, I mean, even so, I could probably reduce, well, I don't want to reduce a whole bunch. I could probably take another 200 off of the maintenance and repairs.
Oh, for next year?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah.
What'd you frown about, Todd?
Know something I break down.
No, I know. But if you don't use it, it ain't gonna break down. You know what I mean?
Is the vehicle doing okay as far as when you have driven?
Yeah, I mean, it's workable. I just, keeping the batteries up on it's a thing. I'd like to. Hell, everybody's scared to drive it. It's easy to drive.
Got an option. Pay it forward.
Have you? That's up to county commissioners and county council. It ain't up to me. It's their buggy, not mine.
You just drive it.
Is your increase one that the commissioners agreed to, or did you just put that in?
I just put it as like 3%, I think it was. I think I got, what, $26 increase last year.
When they reviewed the budgets, they passed those in one of their meetings.
Yeah.
All of the commissioner's budget and the courthouse budget. And the difference.
What was their recommendation? Just off the top, do we know what their recommendation was for?
They
increases?
talked about 2.5, because I think that's what the increase in social security that they did was really come out and say,
Yeah.
this is.
Yeah, nothing written from, but
No.
that's all.
I don't have any changes to them.
I think we're good.
Thank y'all. You guys have a good one. Try to keep your feathers dressed.
Yeah.
All the toughies are coming next.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't have to do
Katie's next. She's soil and water, so it's
Water.
number 9.
I just need to put names.
Yeah, that's what,
I don't know who's.
with her budgets, doesn't change much either. Other than,
I will tell you that, I know you guys made everyone hourly for salary, and this is the amount, this is, you know, it's up to the department head if they pay the full hourly rate. So, and some people aren't doing that, you know, taking the full salary, so State Board of Accounts asked me if we had the ordinance that said that we could do that, not pay them. See what I'm saying? That if we maxed it out at 40,000 and the department head, somebody said you're only gonna work
36.
2 hours or, yeah.
yeah, but I thought we fixed that.
It's in the salary ordinance that they can make up to this, but some aren't getting paid that
But it-
full amount.
But the hourly rate's still the same.
Yeah.
I thought
The
that's how
hourly
we,
rate's still the same.
right, but I thought that's how we got away from that. We didn't put the annual
Exactly.
and the hourly together.
Right, we didn't, I'm just telling you that they asked me that.
Maybe we ought to have Garrett talk to him, because I really thought,
Hourly rate is hourly
Yeah.
rate.
I mean,
Yeah.
that was,
So you're,
But
wait,
you
I mean,
still have that hourly rate at $20 an hour or whatever, and your salary, your annual salary is 40,000, let's say, I don't know. I don't have
They don't really have an hour, a salary. That's
Should
what
be
you
an
get
annual
out.
salary.
They don't
Again,
have
is-
a salary.
just a flat hourly rate.
Gail,
Yeah.
is their question, it's not that we're paying them the correct rate, but we're not paying them the full amount that was
That is
It's
appropriated.
shown in the
Because they're not working 40 hours.
And that's what I explained to them, but he asked me.
Yeah, I guess it'd be a Garrett question. I thought we fixed all that.
But I thought that when we took all that,
So,
before we did everything.
Yeah, because we budgeted it as if they work 40 hours.
sure, yeah.
If you don't
And
work
that's what
40
I
hours,
told
you
you,
don't,
that we-
then that's a fluff, then it's still funds that the county has.
Yeah.
That's.
are they requiring, are they suggesting that we look
He
at our
just
ordinance?
asked that, because he's there at looking at our payroll and going through that.
Who was it, Paul?
No, it's another account. Tim,
Tim?
Tim.
Brian.
If he
What's
said
his last name?
Brian.
Brian,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, tell them I knew that you're doing. the budget.
Anyway, but Just
Good.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be,
hopefully that doesn't come up, but
it's something Garrett needs to chime in on for sure.
He's training that farmer guy, I thought.
no, Paul.
No, Paul's
While we're waiting, I put in that email about the highway. You guys have, I think are they the only ones that we need to catch up with, as far as I know? I mean, we'll see how today goes, but yeah, you guys want to think about it? I thought we just catch them one evening. That way nobody's gonna take off work. You guys want to look at your calendars and see.
Because of them meeting with FEMA today.
They're with FEMA today, so.
Good. Commissioners call that?
I think Dusty and Jenny want to be here, though. I think. I mean, we could.
Jenny involved in it too? I guess
Yeah,
all
she's a
highway,
highway,
right?
Yeah.
So we'd have to.
I don't have fun. I can meet this week.
We were an hour behind and now we're caught up all of a sudden.
Okay, do you guys have any questions for me? For the soil and water?
Was identical to last year's.
Our budget doesn't change a lot.
Oh, sorry, Katie.
Go ahead.
Why that decrease? From last, like the 26 request from the 25?
The
On the
decrease.
tech salary,
Tech
the second line.
And your office manager.
I didn't know if there was a reason.
Okay, so it says right there that we're making the current year appropriated. I took a $3,000 pay cut and she took a $2,500 pay cut when you guys changed our salaries to hourly last year. And I usually only put a 2 to 3% raise request in there. And so I really cut us off at the knees by not putting it an exorbitant raise request, because last year I requested 2% and everyone went to hourly. So our office is open 8 to 4. I've been there for 20 years. It's always been open 8 to 4. We kept it open 8 to 4. So we were 35 hours with 1 hour paid lunch. Now we're 37 and a half hours. So we are actually 2.5 hours more with a half an hour unpaid lunch. So that's why we took a huge pay cut. And we got a 2% raise because that's what I asked for last year. So that's why I asked for a 5% raise, which still would not take us back to where we were supposed to be this year.
What would you need to be at? Like,
It would be over 5%, and I didn't ask for that. I just
we do it?
wanted people to be aware.
I guess I should mention, they have a soil and water board.
We have an elected board of 5 people.
Kind of sets their office hours correct. I mean, they're. So
The office is 8 to 4.
Mhm.
For some reason, I thought it was 9 to 5, so.
It's 8 to 4. FSA and NRCS are there. They're the government, federal government. We're in a federal government office. So we use all of their computers, phones, utilities. So the county doesn't pay for any of that. And they're there 7 to 4:30, and they stack their people.
And this is where we gotta get into this. We give to all the departments the same increase, or we start judging departments based on what they work
Right.
and individualize it. You individualize it, we already know what the budget is that we gotta cut. Increases are gonna have to get cut. I think we'd be opening a can of worms here to go back through this and do it by individual departments after what we've already done.
you don't have to. You can still give across the board, whatever,
Right, I agree.
0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. You can do that across the board. I mean, that's still.
That's what we've done forever. I've been here for 20 years and it's always been that way until last year. And I cut myself and my coworker at the knees because I only asked for 2% last year, because every year I've come in here, you've given the same percentage across the board until last year. And last year, certain offices got bonuses and very large raises. And kudos to them for doing that, but I didn't, because that's not what we have done in the past. And I didn't know that's what was going to happen last year. I would have came in and done the same thing. But I just wanted you guys to be aware of that.
Do we want to talk about individual increases for each department as they come in, or are we gonna have a total conversation on salaries later?
I think it should be the same across the board. Now, like I said, some ask for more than others, but, to me, it's very difficult to sort. And now, I should say there has been instances where positions change within the office, job responsibilities, and or things were combined, and so those were above and beyond raises because they were like a new job. So those are separate. But we've always done across the board, because to me, I'm not in the courthouse every day. I don't know how I would do it otherwise. I don't have performance reviews and different sheets to go off of like you might see in the private sector. So I don't know how you would do it any other way than across the board.
And I understand that. I just wanted everyone to be aware that not every office got a big raise last year. Some offices were hurt greatly by going to hourly. I just want people to be aware of that.
I personally don't think that you need to take a a reduction,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
for 2025. Me personally.
I agree with that.
So that's something for you guys to discuss. The other expenses that we have in there, so the field day expenses and the programs, those have not been paid out yet. We did participate with the 4-H fair. The Soil and Water always sponsors Silly Safari, so that has not been invoiced yet. And then our 3rd grade Ag Day is coming up in September, and so those two will be zeroed out before the end of the year. And then the mileage, that would be something that we might be able to cut if needed, because we do have a new district conservationist and she has a federal car. And so Shauna, who's our technician, goes out with her a lot. So the mileage hasn't been used as much this year because of that. That's all I have.
Anybody else have questions? All right.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Get that one.
Looks like we have recorder next, which is
11.
So that's 3 budgets and no cuts so far.
That was their budget.
Yeah. I mean. You can see where this is going.
Hello. The only thing I asked for pretty much more money was the raises. Operating expenses, I'm about at an $800 cut from last year. So I was able to cut some.
What was your increases on your raises?
Mine was 6, Stacy's was 4. And I did 4 because I would just like to see her at least whole from where she was 2 years ago. She's taken 3 pay cuts in the last 2 years. And she's an excellent employee and has been by my side through all this. I don't think she deserved that.
I know, and in years past, I've asked this too, the software that you guys purchase, those are yearly, like fees or yearly?
This is a yearly fee, yeah.
Okay. And
That
so-
did come down $1,000 from
Yeah.
last year.
Okay. And same with the plotter.
That's the,
That's a yearly fee also?
yeah, that's a yearly fee. Mhm.
Kind of hoping it was equipment we could use capital. Okay.
I would say plotter book is not a piece of equipment that you have.
The plotter book,
Yeah.
yeah, it's the OSHA
Plotter.
plotter and the Bookeye. The Bookeye, have a part-time person scanning my books and using it right now. And at some point, I don't see I'm gonna need it. I don't know what we'll do with it. The county bought it in order to digitalize our records, so the part-timer I hired is doing an excellent job,
How far are you?
learning quickly, huh?
How far are you guys into that, the transferring everything from,
Imaging?
yeah, into the electronic?
Um,
About what percentage?
well, I'd say we probably have about 80 books left. I mean, it's kind of hard to do a percentage because there's,
Right.
but yeah, he picked up really quick and he's appended and imaged 9 books in less than 2 months. And he's picking up speed. So I have no doubt in another year, I'll have that done and then we
Is
won't
that-
have to worry about the, what?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just gonna ask that you put some money in your perpetuation fund for that, so that.
Yeah, that's not coming out of general at all.
Yeah, so but that's gonna for the guy to do the books, to keep
Correct.
scanning those, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you were asking on the operating software and the hardware. So none of that part, none of that budget is actual equipment itself. It's all a program.
Right. Mhm.
Is it the GIS programs or?
The CSI, the 20,000, that is my operating software,
Okay.
my day-to-day operating
And so
software.
that's a fee to have that operating software.
Yes. Hmm.
But, I mean, you could, nothing to say you can't use that for capital. It's just a capital, I think, is a one-time.
Yeah. Not
But
doing
it's-
recurring
Yeah.
every year.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah, as long as they use the software, they're gonna keep paying that. So that's,
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but it doesn't really qualify for.
Yeah, that pretty much is the whole office running,
Mhm.
like,
And are you guys doing, I mean, this office is open 40 hours a week?
mhm.
With at least one person, right?
Yes,
That's usually staffed as one person in the office. Or you-
two
or
during
you-
it, two most days.
So let me ask you this question, because I'm just reading what the recommendation was out of the commissioners. Commissioners recommended 0 increases for any elected officials. You're asking for 6% based off of what? For
Based off
yourself.
of, I asked for my employee to have a 4%, and elected officials gotta make more than the employees. I mean, if they make the same,
Now,
what's the sense of,
where did you see that elected officials have to make as much as the?
Well, you want,
I'm
I know
talking,
that you want it that way, but that's not the statement is wrong. I'm just gonna.
I'm not
that's
saying
that's
it's in
not
the
a true
book,
statement.
I'm saying it's common
I-
sense,
I-
because
I don't
who would
disagree,
wanna run for a
But you're
position
asking for
and take the
6%.
responsibility?
That's your decision when you go to be elected. I understand what you're saying, right?
I'm an elected official.
So. I can see.
It's
So how
common
close
sense.
does it get
yeah.
to you if you don't get a raise? What is that? How close does your deputy get to you?
She's pretty close now. She's about 1,500 away from me.
If she don't get a raise, it looks like the deputy will make more based on these
Mhm.
numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The deputy will make $200
Yeah.
or less than
If the
$200 more.
request, at the
If we
request,
give the 4%.
at the
Yep.
request,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
I just want to keep the office, not necessarily for me, but for in the future.
Yeah,
I
that's-
mean, we need to
Yeah.
have people want to run.
No,
for
I get you. I
This is
mean,
one of,
I
this is
think
one
that
of.
was said earlier, I know you weren't here, but I mean, we got a balancing act to do here with these increases.
All I'm trying to do is get my deputy whole and keep my office balanced.
Yes.
That's my main concern. If my deputy was making 2187 2 years ago. Now she's making 2113 because you guys graciously brought her up from 1998, which I thank you for. But yeah, it's still short, 2 years. I mean,
You can only pay what you make. What we receive, so there you go. That's what it is. Okay,
That third sheet in here that, I don't know if I've ever messed with, identification, security protection. Is that something that falls into your office?
yes, I
60, it's all zeros, but I just,
because there's very limited things you can use that for. Very limited. It's only for redaction purposes. So the money just sits there. I was able to use some of it to upgrade the office equipment because of redaction, which is why it's low. But yeah, I can't really do a whole lot
it's that
with it.
last page.
It's the last page on.
It's 1160.
I don't know, if I paid attention. to
Oh,
this.
okay, got it.
What
Yeah.
is that, how does that get funded? Is that from your all fees in your office?
It's for our
So
fees.
some goes into perpetuation and then some goes into this?
Correct.
Hmm.
Yeah, we also pay into this surveyors perpetuation. We pay into quite a few different
Yeah.
things with the money we make in there.
So in 1160, there are funds.
There's a cash balance, I'm sure.
That is the,
There's nothing,
I mean, it's only.
There's nothing budgeted.
yeah, there's nothing. Yeah.
You know.
I don't guess I've ever paid attention to that one before.
Well, I was just wondering.
no, we had discussion on this last year about this. It's basically the same, how you did it this year, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it just has to sit there until I need it for
Yeah,
redaction,
I remember this.
upgrading for redaction
Yeah.
purposes. or something.
That's the fund 1160.
Correct.
Basically on that one, they're like Purdue Extension. is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
The OASI is what?
Social Security.
Taxes for the part-timer.
Okay.
Is there any, are you gonna raise fees for people that come in and ask for, have you done that?
I can't.
You can't do that?
No,
So like,
I'm regulated by the state
so
on
you can't,
everything I charge.
So that's the perpetuation.
so you can't do what, like the auditor, if they wanna raise their copier fees,
It goes into this
make
fund.
the copies of the clerk or the treasurer, you can't do that.
Nope, there's Indiana code that sets every,
So the commissioners could raise it?
Commissioners.
This is what she's paid so far. They just started this year, so there's nothing from last year. They just started like.
They had,
You get a lot of requests.
Yeah.
for,
We got rid of.
actually, since I've gone online,
This year
they get them more offline, which is fine with me, because it just automatically goes to the bank account. So, oh yeah, they have to pay whether it's online or, it's actually an Indiana code, but if you take a copy without, you're stealing. So,
She collects, I'd say on the average, $5,000 a year.
Really?
and my money, I put how much back in the general fund every month? I put money back in the general every month. I mean,
We've had a factory.
we do make money for the county.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody understands that you guys.
And they do better than good.
So I shouldn't say that.
And we're one of the few offices that do put money back in.
I don't know, I usually, because that's what I spend, I think I can do it on before we decide.
Do we have anything else for?
You guys have any other questions for Don?
And if anyone would like to see a collections report and how my money's dispersed, because like I was telling Matt, I put money back in the general fund every month. I put it into the surveyor's perpetuation.
That might be a good idea for you just to scan them, one, just so they have an idea.
And
of
just
what's going on.
email them
Yeah.
and show them what
That'd be great.
goes back into the,
That'd be nice.
I can do that.
I
Yeah.
mean, you might want to ask the commissioners if it's their
It is an
decision,
ordinance
if they want to,
charge, the
if they
charge.
raise
I
their
don't
cost
know.
up a little.
There is an Indiana code by the state that says it's $1 a copy.
The ordinance says it's, first page is free, and it's ordered until you get to 4 weeks.
See, that's for yours, but not for mine. I can't give it any free. And it's $1 a copy or the surveys are $5.
What our cost.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make
I
any
mean, there's
sense.
an ordinance that commissioners passed.
They shouldn't be able to tell us what our costs are.
I can send you the code if you want
Well, let's,
and have the breakdown.
we can pass it over to Garrett and have him look at
Take a
it.
shot over that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you've never changed it, right? You've always
I
followed the
can't,
state.
no, I can't. No, unless the state changes it, I
Look
can't.
at it just to see.
I don't,
Paper costs, owner, everything goes up.
Yeah, that'd be a Garrett.
Yeah, but they have the state has through their procurement and stuff, they have like a list of preferred vendors, and they're basing that off of their list of preferred vendors of how much they would charge per copy.
I'll send you the code so you can see, and I'll also send you all a collections report so you can see where my money goes every month.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you ought to be able
I
to.
mean, if the state is able to throw their costs and tell us what we need to pay, we should be able to
Exactly.
turn the page.
well, hey, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't complain if the state said charge more. I mean, yeah. So, anything else?
Thanks, Dawn.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
The judge said that he can come over early if we want to fill a gap right now. 'cause we don't have-
You fill your gap. I mean, don't, you're
Yeah,
not
we can
on
do
there, right?
mine, yeah, I'm not on.
Okay, we'll give Patty a second to come back.
Okay.
Oh, we can take a quick break and then. Let's see Stacy.
And Stacy.
Mine's pretty easy.
Stacy's routine.
Oh, no, number 2. Makes sense.
Stacy.
Yeah.
Clerk in Jeanette. Okay, it's who, yeah. Next would be Judge Coy. Prosecutor. Treasurer. Finally, Joe.
Did the commissioners ever say, Gail, if they were coming in at 5 or did?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Or Ryan is. They're coming in at 5 along with them.
Oh,
Painting the.
Sean.
Need a muffin?
No, Sean didn't have to lend it about 10 times.
Oh, okay, he called Ben and we've been sick though. Taylor got whatever funk was going around in school and then passed it to Ben and I, so we've been with the diet for a week. And he called Ben and Ben's like, I can't come up and help you right now, I'm too sick. He doesn't know much about equipment.
And of course, Dickie was at the shop. Dickie's throwing Sean. Right, funny. Sean got another call after we had there, but Sean gonna get with it. Sean was like, I had a couple of guys, I was like, better not go up there tonight. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, the kid.
Oh, this is. Two what?
Things about
No,
Rob's got some good stuff.
a dozen times this morning.
Karen showed me that.
I've already had all these crews and it can't make me sick anymore.
My allergies, I think.
From the planner.
I've been fine
Supposedly
since
they,
then, but
they're, whatever they secrete,
This morning,
brings in
I
these
just
other
thought Taylor
bugs.
got whatever's going on in school. I didn't know how all this worked. I didn't want to starve all day. Pack your lunch.
you pack your lunch.
I bought me some muffins.
That's how it works.
I didn't know. Nothing.
She usually brings stuff.
I didn't know if Gail was feeding us or what was going on.
No, they do.
I thought Todd was buying lunch, ordering
Yeah.
Oh,
pizza.
ill.
Oh, goodness. Gotta behave ourselves.
Get some stuff for you today.
Yeah, that's what I was doing is I realized that I had carried home my packet of papers that I meant to give them. So I had to run them by the school and drop them off at my desk. Algebra 2 and geometry.
I'm giving that to your buddy. Remember our geometry teacher thing, TC Montgomery with. Who
I had
was
Mr.
Yeah.
Jones and then Mr.
TC.
Wheels.
kind of a short guy.
I remember him though.
He taught us computers when I was there.
Weird.
I think he was teaching computers when I was there too. Lance.
Who was the one, the science teacher, the young one with the blonde sandy hair that told us that we could have come from the podium and from the same.
Cagley, what classroom? What grade?
10th grade.
Mr. Cagley.
You guys want to go ahead and jump into Gail's?
Sure.
We got,
How much time do we have in between the next one and this?
Another 30 minutes.
Yeah, let's do it.
Tab
3.
Mhm.
one pager.
Yeah, my budget's pretty, there's nothing to it. The commissioners did ask that the AOD, which is the payroll system that we are trying to get implemented, be added to my budget instead of come out of their. Usually the contracts like that come in from budget or like commissioner's budget. I had already submitted all this, so I didn't add it to it. I didn't know if I really could.
How much additional is that?
20.
20,000?
Is it in theirs now? It's in.
No,
It's not,
No, they just asked that it was put into.
That wasn't budgeted
So
anywhere.
they're not gonna fund, they're saying they're not gonna fund it.
They asked that I put it. So my thing is, when, next year, when the bill comes due, I'll just have to ask for appropriation.
Is that gonna be a yearly expense at 20,000?
Around that, I mean, they can't give me
And that's for, could
a
you say
payroll system,
the what?
payroll system.
Oh, got it. Yep,
So like
I missed
payroll and
that.
timekeeping and all that rolled into one, okay.
Yeah, what percentage did you ask for your staff?
Mine was like 7 and theirs was 6. I know they're high, but you can't. Bill Baker stay home, I guess. Last year, none of the department heads, elected officials, none of them got raises, and I felt like I was due one. I mean, I feel like my staff as well.
sorry to go backwards, the 20 grand for the AOD, when do you think that'll come in? When, do you
It'd be
expect-
mid-year next year. May, June.
so we don't have to pay anything till then?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
We've already paid, they've paid for the, time clocks.
Did that started?
No, because I can't get, same issue with ADP that I'm having with Harris, so
So it's a Harris issue, it wasn't an ADP issue.
the ADP couldn't mesh with Harris, they couldn't take it out of the multiple funds. AOD, I'm waiting for Harris to give me a, you know,
Sounds like Harris might need to be updated.
you should try to come over and do it sometime. 'Cause it's-
Should we just should you look at finding somebody else other than Harris? They seem like they're very paper intensive.
We've said it now, they give us a.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be expensive, she said it'd be June when it shows up.
So we would have to at least send it to them.
Yeah.
It's
I
something.
mean, we pay a significant amount of money for our system at school, but I'll tell you what, it says payroll and accounting all together.
Yes.
And it's
That's what-
absolutely amazing. We have voice. And it is, and you can do all your multiple, we have people that are charged out of 10 different funds and stuff. I
You
mean,
know, they must be really big in the state.
They are.
because there's a
They-
lot
they
of
do a-
councils that I
yeah,
hear are
they
using that.
do a lot of township,
Yep.
counties.
I hear that name all the time.
Voice.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it's
I'm-
cloud-based.
We should,
So,
I think
like,
we
if you're
definitely
stuck
look
at
in
home,
that.
you can still use it, we can, you know, I'm not a work from home fan person, but you can do it if you need to.
Yeah.
It's not like the LTF. They talk about Harris all the time, like, I always assumed we had to use it, it was from
It's just one
them,
of the vendors, no.
so they don't.
We are probably one of the few that still use it.
I hear,
Most of the counties use Loud.
right. But I hear this voice all the time.
Voice, we've only used it for forms, stamps.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they did anything like that.
Yeah,
Fine.
and their customer service is top notch.
And,
If you
well,
screw something up, you can call them, they'll call you back within like half hour.
Yeah, it's.
That's good.
Yeah,
We do use
that's why
voice
we stay
for
with
the,
them.
Sewer, Northfield, Bennington, the billing and stuff, we do use them for that.
I think if we can reduce the amount of vendors that we have, might be something to kind of like streamline some of this, like, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, we can get a bit, I agree, Carrie. You
Yeah.
can get, if you use one, the
Yeah.
fees, because you're using multiples,
Right.
they all have their own fees, so.
Right.
We could,
Doesn't check it.
I mean, it'd be worth a look to see how much.
I
that would
definitely think we
reduce.
need to look and see where we can reduce our number of vendors and maybe look on that, the state procurement page and see if there's any like preferred vendors that we could look into that would give a state price instead of giving our business to someone that doesn't match that state price. Because when I at one time I worked for Rico Corporation, that was a state preferred vendor, so that's why I know about it.
Copier company.
Copier company. And it was really hard to get into some of these smaller counties because the local mom and pops were so entrenched into them. But the price that I could get it for and what they were getting charged, it was insane, the difference. Because at the time we were charging 5 cents a color, page for color copies, and they were paying 25, 30 cents a page.
I got a question.
I think
Huge.
it makes sense to look at.
I
What
really
would be,
think so.
like, as far as training, obviously Gail's office, all have to go through training for this. Who else would be?
The treasurer's office.
Treasurer's
training
office.
also?
Mhm.
Jenny doesn't use it in highway or.
No.
I got a question on salaries. It looks like difference across the deputy auditor, the payroll clerk, and the deputy two for 2026. You're basically requesting same exact salary for all three positions,
Yes.
but all three positions aren't exactly the same and workload's not exactly the same, correct?
The payroll, obviously, she's completely different than the other two,
But requesting the same
but
salary, but they're still hourly, correct?
yes.
I mean, your deputy,
And we are open 40 hours. We do rotate weekly, you know, somebody will say till 4:30 and the other one 4, but we always have 2 people in there unless there's some kind of emergency comes up.
Yeah, the courtroom deputies have always had the same salary.
so you're working,
Courthouse.
let me understand that, what you just said. I know that so you have a rotation going on.
Yeah.
Your office basically puts in 36 hours.
So we put in 40 hours.
Every week, everybody puts in 40?
Yep. If you stay until 4:30 that week, you get to leave 1 day early. Most of the time they work through their lunch and can't really leave. Even if you're, yes.
Why do you let them work through?
That's what they choose to do. They have enough stuff to keep them busy, so. Just trying to, you know, when you take that Thursday away, I was trying to keep my morale in my office up by offering this and so far it's working, so.
We didn't take it away.
Well, you know what I mean, you know, the commissioners changed the hours of the courthouse.
Okay.
And so that
No,
budget,
it's fine.
that budget could then have another 20,000 on top of it, depending on.
Well, you're gonna have an
Will.
appropriation.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
an
good.
additional.
Well,
But I mean, we should prepare for
I'll just ask.
I'm of the opinion you put it in the budget right now.
If it's a reoccurring,
Yeah, it has, I think it will be
I
there.
mean. We advertised it. Has this been advertised yet? It hasn't,
It's been put in Gateway.
but not,
There's a,
it's not been advertised.
no.
So we can't go up if we,
Need be.
but if we cut
I
some of
mean,
the,
what you're gonna advertise is most likely gonna be after all the pets that you do, or if you have to do,
well,
and then you advertise.
yeah,
And I get
we need to advertise the highest number.
Sure, that's what I was, I mean, I can add it, but I just really,
if it was only a one-time thing,
yeah.
I
it's
would
gonna
agree
be
with you that
annual.
it's an appropriation, but it's gonna be
It'll be
recurring.
annual.
So I think we have to add it.
And it's for what exactly?
It's for the payroll system itself.
Okay. Which is right now, here.
No,
no, it's their time and attendance, right?
we don't have a payroll system.
It's all paper.
Oh, we can-
We need to get off the paper.
And it costs us $20,000 for paper.
No,
I don't know what that cost is. I don't know that anybody's ever added what that cost is.
But then what's the 20?
that is for
That-
AOD specifically, that is going to be their monthly support. It's a
For
due
AOD.
Attendance
Okay.
on demand. Right now, once you do your timekeeping and everybody clocks in and out, then I need that to come over to Harris and to be in the correct fund when it comes over, or else it defeats the whole purpose.
But right now, we're not clocking.
No.
Yeah, did you sign a contract with that? Like, do you have to keep AOD for X amount of years or something like that?
I would have to look at it.
Okay. 'Cause sometimes they make you do like a 3-year or something.
I thought it wasn't.
It could have just been 3 years. I would have to look.
Okay, I
before
was just
would be able
wondering
to
if,
say.
if the change was wanted, like, will we still have to pay for it if we're breaking a contract?
Um, Loud does use AOD as well.
Okay.
And how do you spell that?
AOD?
No.
Loud, sorry.
I thought you meant.
I got AOD, I got that one. I know, I'm blonde, but come on.
Well, I thought you meant, what did AOD stand for?
Is it LAU?
LOW is loud.
L-O,
AOD is attendance on the band. That's what I thought you meant. I'm sorry, I didn't say it correctly.
But it's not, it's loud.
attendance.
Have you guys did a demo with Lau or anything like
Yes,
that?
we have.
Is it being considered if since they use the AOD?
We haven't presented it to the commissioners yet, though.
Okay.
And that voice doesn't do, or does do that.
They do it all, but I mean, to initially go with voice, you're gonna look at least probably $100,000
Yeah.
to start out with, and then you're that'd be.
I think it's Harris to get their crap together. I mean, this is
I don't, I'll have to
pretty,
mix it.
it wasn't ATV and it wasn't.
But it
Yeah,
does,
we're like the only ones that.
it's not all these separate little
It
things.
seems like they want to kind of jump if we ask for something.
Yeah. They're the same scope, it's the driver, the skill, it's a lot harder.
Okay, anybody else have questions for Gail? If not, we'll jump to the assessor's office. Supposed to be 10 o'clock, we're half hour
I'm
ahead.
really sorry. I clicked, I was off today and I clicked that nobody's in here.
Yeah, we started out an hour behind and caught up.
Good.
Okay.
And your assessment goes with that, right?
Yes. Separate fund, but
Same.
we'll get into that too.
So let me, I'll start. So everybody's talking about their salary increases. What's yours for your group? What did you put in?
For me, I put the 52,000, which makes what I made per hour back when all this started.
What percentage increase?
I did not figure that out.
I think it's like 7.5, 8 maybe.
I don't know. And then the deputy assessor, I put 21.98 an hour and reassessment 20.28.
In your office, like, they'll go from like level 1 to level 2
Yeah.
when they get their hours and like, I think they take a test or
They
something.
take it, yes.
So then that's why you might have one year, but like the next year it might be a level 2 because that person
Yes.
went out.
Yes.
Or, and then I guess
Because right now,
level 3 is the same way.
one of my persons is a level 2 and the other one's a level 1, but she goes in September to take her level 2. And neither one of them is going to do the level 3. That's just me.
What's that?
Neither one of them is doing the level 3.
Okay.
That's just me.
So, because, yeah, level 2, it looks like you didn't spend any of that money this year, but it might be
Yeah.
because they're,
Yeah. So if she passes, she'll get another 500.
So that level 3 assessor,
That's me.
and you make that money for the 2,500?
Yes, that's a
Okay.
state thing that they mandated
Okay.
because they require us to get
All right.
schooling. We do the continuing ed and all that.
okay. Does anybody have any questions for Stacy before we jump into reassessment?
You just signed a contract with a group, right? Like 400,000 for assessments.
Yes, yes.
And are they doing exactly the same thing they did in the past? So,
Yep.
I mean, you hired them and you refilled the position, right?
Yes.
Did you have to do that?
I mean, it helps us meet all of our deadlines and everything. You can check with the state. Like I've never been late on anything.
I don't need to check. I'm asking,
Yeah.
we got some cuts to make. I'm just looking.
Is that the one that's in commissioners? Is that line item in commissioners?
Reassessment?
No, the 400,000.
No.
No,
It
that's,
comes out reassessment.
It comes out of reassessment. That's the debit.
But we just
to-
pay-
No,
Is that the professional services?
Yeah,
it's just the reassessment deputy. So that you.
We
you
pay
don't Have a deputy 2 salary in the general fund.
No. reassessment, yeah.
It-
So
I
next year
want-
we'll pay $61,155. They break it up in 4. I don't think, yeah,
Oh, okay, okay. I
So
was,
it's
right. It's a,
total contract.
I don't think it's 400 though, is it?
I thought that's what I read. The commissioners, when they, wasn't it total 400,000?
There's three employees in your office.
Mhm.
How many year contract was it?
4.
And you said next year you're gonna pay 61 something?
Yeah, it's 61,155, but
Did-
that's part of the contract I'm in now.
Okay.
And that's.
There's
under
80,300
professional services.
budgeted. So is there anything else on top of that 60,000?
Yeah, that's
Professional
under-
services is
Yeah,
what I'm
that's what I'm
talking
saying,
about.
it's professional services line.
That's almost a $20,000 difference.
Um, Me and Kim and my Xsoft, that comes out of computer. Oh, I pay something with, WTH. I'm not sure what that is.
WPH is a vendor that,
Our mapping
yeah.
that the whole
Your
county
employer
uses.
The
Sheriff,
sheriff's office.
EMS.
assessor, My office uses it.
treasurer,
Everybody.
Highway,
Your office. pays
clean and
for it.
son. No,
They just pay it for.
portion of it.
Along with-
So that portion is in that professional services line?
Mhm.
I want you guys to, when, on the deputy salaries that say, that show 41,560. That's not counting the raises you all gave them to bump them up to the 43. Because, like I told you, when we talked about that ordinance, the 43,560 is what they're making now a year. 43 per line. Because I didn't go in there and adjust every one of them because most of them aren't gonna hit that 43,950 because like Stacy, her reassessment deputy, she doesn't get the full amount. I have a deputy in my office.
Because she's not working the 40 hours as well.
Well,
No, she's
Because
working. I
that's-
just
she's
started
not-
her out at the 1950, what was
because
I
she
got
the
was
rate then, and she
I got
hired.
ya.
What you
Yeah.
wanted.
This is what you started them out, but as the department head, that is her choice to pay a lower rate.
No, I understand that.
And then I have a deputy in my office that's not wanting the 40 hours. So there again, that salary is not going to
yeah.
ever
Be
hit that.
utilized.
But
The
that's,
treasurer's office didn't even hire a full-time deputy, she went with part-time. And
yeah,
Because you have to
I
budget,
did not,
Mhm.
you have to budget irregardless. that-
Right,
that
but when we
somebody's
did
in there
that-
for it. So
back in April, March, April, whenever we did it, that's what we had talked about. I don't know if you guys remember that instead of going ahead and moving all this money out of the general and appropriating it, just it's there for me to do it. So I just wanted you to make sure that some of these raises may look like they're 10%, but they're actually at 43,950.
okay, 'cause it didn't capture.
yeah,
It did not capture the actual,
Okay.
it's showing 41,500.
And also out of reassessment, I wanted to tell you, on the office supplies, I got my new printer and then I have an envelope for reassessment envelopes that a claim that didn't go, so I just spent 6,165. So I think it leaves me 511 in here.
Yeah.
So not what's on this paper.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you next.
couldn't the printer be classified as capital?
Yes.
So, yeah, this is, we talked with, the lady from Baker Tilly this
Mhm.
morning, and there's a few funds, and reassessment's one of them. It's got kind of a high cash balance based on what you typically spend each year. And my question to her was, and she still wants you to have a balanced budget, so the cash reserve is never gonna change if you go for the balanced budget every year. So she mentioned on a couple of things to take stuff out of your budget and buy it, basically with the cash reserve. I don't know if anything here qualifies for that, but that'd be a question, like the for 1 year, pay those professional services out of your reserves instead of budgeting it here. And if that get the cash reserves line,
She's recommending we make, I agree.
but that, I'd have to ask her that again. I mean, that,
No, she recommended that we make a cut this year because she's showing that that budget's gonna continue to grow. Next year, she projects a 3.5% growth on it.
Right.
So she's saying you gotta nip it now,
Yeah.
otherwise you're gonna inherit this even a bigger problem next year.
Yeah.
So we gotta find some way to cut that.
yeah, and you run the risk of getting reduced in the future. Yeah, like what you're saying. If your cash reserve gets so high, then they'll look at it and start cutting the revenue that you're getting
Mhm.
normally. So
Right.
Because it has its own tax levy, right? That's why it keeps growing,
it's,
reassessment
Yeah,
on the
it
tax
gets-
bill.
it gets
Yeah.
shares of the certified, I believe, but that might be a specific question of her.
I'm still back on the professional services, trying to figure out what all's within that 8,300.
80,000.
80,300.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be about half. If you cut that, I think Patricia would agree that that would be a good start. Look at where you were.
Not cutting it, just
Well, yeah, I don't.
Take-
Shifting the money.
Shift the money.
pay it out of a different pocket,
Yeah.
basically.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'm like, I have to have
The
reassessment.
shift.
Just for 1 year.
What's,
You gotta do
what's in
something.
there? What is in that line?
I'm pretty sure it's my
balance?
vision. Is that what you mean? Or what I'm paying out of it?
80,300.
Yeah,
So
what-
Vision, which is the reassessment company, and then that portion of WTH.
what that-
I'm not sure what that amount even is, because
So Paige was kind of implying that you pay something like that for 1 year out of your cash reserves, take it out of the line, take it out of the budget or zero it out. guess.
do I see the cash reserves on these papers?
It'll be on the sheet that Tina sends out every
Yeah,
so often.
Every 2 weeks.
It'll be on there. It'll show what your cash balance through the year is.
Is it on the sheet? I don't-
Actually, I've got it on here.
Your estimated cash balance right now is 161,690.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah, it's just your balance.
Is what they're
Say cash
figuring.
reserve.
That's what it'll be at the end of the year. Yeah.
Oh, so that's in there,
Yeah.
and of that, I'm sending whatever's in, okay.
You got 166,000 and you.
Okay.
Which, so you have basically the same, at the end of the year, you're gonna have $161,000 in your cash reserves and your whole budget's 170. So on paper, it almost looks like you don't even need any tax money because you got enough to run. your
Right.
department.
Oh, okay.
So they're trying to get that level down,
Okay,
maybe for 1 year or so.
How much are we thinking she needs to reduce
I mean,
move this money over?
Paige wrote down 57,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I guess you wouldn't have to, you could do partial.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I don't think I mean, I know she'd like us to balance this, and I don't disagree that it should be balanced. But
Yeah, to me, there's nothing else.
I think her point was you're sitting at 160.
Yeah.
And you, to balance, you got 57. Get it to 57 because you're gonna go up 3.5% again next
You
year.
could put
Yeah.
that 80,300 out there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be very much easier to do this.
Yeah.
And I want to do it, but
Well, I'm sure I'll have a bunch of stuff to email Paige after we're done. I'll put that on there,
Making us-
see if that's her recommendation. $43,17.
Yeah.
Or some of, it. Yeah, like do 50, do the number,
But-
leave the rest of it in there.
so that'll
you
leave
still
me
have
enough,
100,000 left over.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that'll leave me enough to pay for the stuff that I have in there to pay.
yeah.
yeah, you always-
So like, when do you pay that? Is that 80,000 that you pay, what is it, Vision? Is that just? like
Once a year.
So just one time a year?
Mhm.
So,
Well, no, I take that back. They do theirs as they do the work. Tyler used to do 1 day a week or 1 time a year. Vision does a percentage each time, like when they're out doing stuff, they bill us then.
Because it's at year to date at 47.
Yeah.
so that leaves, if you paid the 80 and you reduce the budget, balance the budget, you
It do-
still have
does it come out of
23,000.
computer? And they do
yeah, you're over,
twice
or
a
you're,
year,
yeah.
they send me something.
Yeah, you
One and then
Probably
like a
save for the
main-
3.5% growth next year with the
Yeah.
23.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Yeah, I'll ask her opinion on it, but to me, that's a line item to maybe make a change in if she. You might have any other questions for Stacy?
You're sending that as a recommend, are we making the recommendation that's what we need to do with this to get it to a
I mean,
balance?
That was, I want to make sure that that's what she was indicating this morning. That's kind of what I
That's the way I
gathered. So I want to, I want to email her that and get her opinion on it.
You could possibly even do the computer support training too. Probably,
Yeah,
if you need be.
but that's what, some of these funds that have high cash balances, that's I think the only way to deal with that. I don't know how else you do it, because you can't transfer
And
it.
that would pull down your cash reserves to at least protect it.
All right. Good.
No, that's good.
Good.
Thanks, Stacy.
Thank you. See you.
That'll get us down on that account.
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, on her sheet here, the one she's got recommendations for reductions, that's.
It won't be here until 10:30.
This statewide 911. We're gonna have some kind of an issue with that one too.
I sent an email to Brian about that. He didn't respond, but, yeah, it's
I was
like,
kind of
Isn't that
surprised.
100% run by the sheriff's department though?
it is, but it's not funded. I mean, we don't fund that. It's like they're funding, they cut it or something from the state. Well, I guess it's like Paige said, maybe it's those, it's that surcharge on your cell phone bill, that is.
Well, the state used to pick that up. That was part of the $2 billion cuts.
Yeah.
This is what,
Because the state's not gonna cover that.
yeah, I mean, the assembly came back and said, why do you guys pay for it?
Because there is no tax that we get from the burner phones and, whatever. What these burner
They
phones,
should've-
what else?
Track phone, it's a burner phone.
They should have,
It's not through, yeah,
they should have fixed that before they turned it back over to us. Why didn't you, I mean, the assembly should have voted on, okay, we can change the rule too to help.
exactly. That makes no sense that
No.
they would
Yeah.
do one,
No.
not doing the other. But,
We've never had this issue. We've never had this issue.
you brought up wheel tax earlier, Matt. Do we have an idea about how much that wheel tax, as far as revenue, would bring into our county if we implemented a wheel tax next year?
They said at one of the meetings, 604,000.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think,
it's between 600 and 700.
yeah, so at the council association state, it looks like about 20% of the counties move forward. So they could start collecting it
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah, we kind of let that one slide by.
Anything with wheels,
Yeah,
That's gonna piss a lot of people.
it is.
It
but-
is.
But
But what are we gonna
SB1,
do?
that's what she was talking about at the first meeting. SB1's forcing us. I'm not in favor. I don't like it, but
I don't know.
we got.
Well-
The license plans to get your tags. and
But I
everything.
think because we didn't just jump up and adopt it this year, we can go back to the taxpayer and say, look, this is where we're having our budget shortfall. We have to adopt it next year
What about trailers?
because this is not sustainable.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable without it. So I think by not adopting it this time, we are showing that we are trying to be, responsible to our taxpayer.
I don't like that
But,
idea.
you know,
I think it's
funding,
seeded.
we have to have some kind of wheel tax.
But the steel.
I think it would have been a good thing for us.
Maybe this,
Nobody's gonna like it, but it is,
It's not gonna be happening.
it looks like a significant amount of them are
It
gonna
is.
give wheels.
It is.
Across the damn bridge.
We're already, we're,
I don't know how we recoup that because maintenance wise. You know what I mean?
we got about 500,000 that we gotta make up
But
here,
156 at the state.
a little bit more,
I
than
mean,
2 million.
Lance mentioned it earlier.
Mhm.
You and,
we wouldn't see it.
you and Sean and Kim, his statement was right. The rest of us are, I don't know who's running and who's not running. But what we do this year and next year, you guys inherit a
Yep.
big boo-boo come
Yeah.
next year.
Scott and Terry and I.
Yes,
I mean, so we set the July of next year, we do this, we're setting at 27 budget.
you gotta make these cuts. You gotta
Okay,
get, you gotta start leading into this because it's gonna tell you what you gotta increase taxes to.
And we're gonna have to what was it? We'll have to basically redesign all the buckets, all the.
Everything.
Everything's already done.
all of it,
What, 2028?
yes,
So that was where Patricia's like, fix your problems now that you can
exactly.
fix.
Yeah, we gotta
I
fix.
mean,
what
that's
we
why
can.
she's talking about the reassessment.
Mhm.
Get it down because it's only gonna go up.
Right, right, yeah,
I mean, for me, I think you guys ought to hold feet to, you should be you're gonna inherit it. You got 2 more years after it and you're going to, you are SB one. We're not the council of SB one.
Yeah.
We can help prevent a lot of the increases.
no, we know it's coming,
Yeah.
so we need
But
to
if we
take
don't do
action
anything,
now.
take action now.
You're right.
Your bucket's gonna be big.
You're right, yeah, absolutely.
You'll be the poster child.
Well, I've been a poster child all my life, Matt,
Yeah.
just, just different posters.
Yeah.
I think the PR side of it's gonna be spot on, because people's gonna think,
Yeah.
I mean, we have a 1%, lit tax now, had it for 20 years. We're all-
Yeah.
That's going away, and we're obviously gonna need that, so it might need to be 1.2. We're not bringing a new 1.2 on top of what they have. Like one of it, when 1% went away, we're just adding a 0.2. That
Yeah.
messaging
Yeah.
is gonna be tough.
Absolutely.
Every
Everybody,
year, your lits go back, and starting in 20, every year they go back to zero. You have to explain it in a separate
Right.
public meeting. You have to explain your lits every year from now on.
It's, wheel tax, innkeeper's tax,
Yeah.
public safety's going away, so there's gonna be like an EMS services tax maybe. I mean, if people get the wrong idea to think that this is all being piled on top of what they have now,
Yeah,
we'd have to have meetings at the high school gym, and have so many people in.
Oh, yeah.
right.
I mean, so the messaging's gotta be spot on to say, no, but people read it's a tax.
Is it-
Wheel tax.
Still tax.
Yes,
You have,
yes, that's
you
what
got
I
an
mean.
Airbnb or you got something, you gotta raise your income to cover that
Taxes,
tax. People
yes.
think it's just a pass through.
Right.
It doesn't work that way.
You even see if the judge wants to. I know Heather's at 10:30, but if that one doesn't take very long, we could end up with another pretty good gap.
Who's Heather with? I'm new here, so I don't, is she animal shelter?
Yes.
Okay.
And animal shelters under,
Commissioner.
commissioners.
First time.
And while we have a moment, guys, I'm really struggling on keeping this health first budget. This makes no sense at all. And the comments coming out there are not pleasant. We should have been updated. We should have known they gave the dollars they gave to the YMCA and CAC before we gave it. I don't even think the commissioners are aware. And you're a county
It
government.
was in the
unit.
claim, the commissioners okayed the claim. I don't know if they knew.
The commissioners okayed the claim.
Our issue, in talking to Helper, you gave, it's a grant.
From,
That's from our own county. We should have known that you came to the commissioners and asked for a grant, and then you got money from the medical for the same thing? That's double dipping off of our own taxpayers.
I gotta
I mean, I
add
understand what you're
nicotine
saying.
going into that conversation.
I don't even
You
have
gotta get what?
I don't even do nicotine. I may go out there and just like soak it
I
up.
got it. It's good. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, we're taking a smoke break.
You smoke.
No. I'm just gonna go out there and talk to you guys. I don't smoke anymore. I used to.
My damn allergies, I do do that.
Please. Good to go. I want you to be aware, I'm gonna break it up. Matter of fact, I'll just send the file over.
We are so light, I haven't paused anything. You know, what I mean, I
Yeah.
wanna log off and log back on, so.
I got home house to do it, just leave it.
For email or text.
So the deputies,
This is on. Yeah.
good.
Certain positions. That all up.
Yeah. That sounds good.
You can't say because, right, you have to work once a month, that's it. Twice a year, it's happened, no, I'm saying.
The, so Dale,
The
the,
judges come in.
okay,
I don't know which one it is, you know.
so the deputies is showing 41,
The show.
560, but it's 43.
950
950.
is what their hourly rate is.
That's what it
But
is.
I did not put it in there because most of them, I'm not saying they don't make that, but they won't make the full 43,000 because of,
And they have 3 people in the office, right?
you're talking about
Stacy?
assessor.
Yeah.
I'm just talking overall, all the deputies.
Okay.
There's, 12. I total. But,
That got that.
yeah.
There was 2, 5.
With a happy smiling face in here.
I think so. Okay.
Good to see you smile. I smile every day. What are you talking about?
The,
We're in like a partial break right now.
judge and the prosecutor did not pick that up.
Right. But there was no, the electeds didn't change and, that'd be the only ones in here that are like that, right?
Yes,
So those just need to be,
that would be, Tanya.
yeah. I want to say 10, maybe 11.
How are you, Judge?
Not too bad. How are you today?
Good.
I was watching you guys on the video one. That's what I texted. I thought if you had a gap, we could squeeze
Yeah.
in.
And we started out pretty far behind and then we made up some ground. Todd kicked it in, we made up some ground.
I love it.
Oh, that's great. It is amazing.
I worked the gate Saturday night, the main gate, and it was busy.
Yeah.
I worked from 8 to 10. There were people still coming in, like at 10 o'clock.
Thursday. Six. You know, I sent an email to Brian Morton.
Mhm.
He's delegating it to you.
Okay.
It was public safety, social security and public safety. There was nothing put for you this year. This year's like 16,000.
In the public.
Yeah, and I asked him if that was like going somewhere else or, and he thought you might know.
Is that,
That's number 5, the last one under number 5. It's 15,600 this year. He didn't budget anything for next year. Somebody didn't.
I mean, that's his budget that he does. I don't really do anything, so why he didn't carry that over there, I really don't know, because I don't just put that in there. Everyone else has done their
Or,
own.
you know, what he says it, he doesn't specifically come up with that number. Is there a way to calculate that, I guess, based on their estimate or expected salaries?
Yeah, their salary,
We just need to put that in
yeah.
based on whatever is budgeted for those salaries. Okay. The other one I asked him about was a statewide 911.
Need to push that, because I just, when they do their own, I just assume they.
Wore the shirt today for you. You were my target.
I'm always staying up.
Oh, good. That's good. I'm not. The funny thing is I bought that shirt and I get home, my dog, he has something pinned underneath the car and I'm thinking it looks like a cat. And I lean under the car to get the cat out after I put him up and it was a possum. At me. I'm like, oh, irony. I'm gonna get bit. I'm gonna get bit. I want to get bit. Good thing is they don't really carry rabies. It's all a joke.
All right, we'll jump to Judge Coy since he's come over early for us, and that'd be tab 6.
Thank you all for letting me go ahead and jump ahead. I was watching your meeting online. I saw you were running ahead of the game. If I could just hit on a couple things, and any questions you have, I'll answer. For those of you who are new, one of the things we run into every year, one of the wild cards on my budget is the juvenile detention, which is, where's that at on here?
Second page.
Second page. So this year, I believe you appropriated 30,000, is that right? And as it turns out, as of right now, we have paid out $21,010. Last year, you appropriated 60,000, and late in the year, we had not expended very much. So in October, I unencumbered 50,000 of that, back to the general fund. We only spent 7,700 last year in 2024 for housing and juveniles. 23 it was 39,000, and 22 it was 65,000. 21 it was only 5,000. That was a COVID year. So again, if you're new, what happens is if we pick up a kid for committing an act that is a crime if committed by an adult, obviously we can't throw them in jail if they're under 18 years of age. So they go to juvenile detention. Now in Lawrenceburg, if we get to take them there to the Dearborn County Detention Center, it's 120 a day. Every place else that we send them, and most of the rest of the places are far away, there aren't that many juvenile detention facilities. Every place else is running $200 a day, if not higher. So we make every effort to find an alternative placement, and we're able to do that a lot of times, but sometimes you just can't. Like the kid steals a car, kids that have drugs, unfortunately, things like that. Now we may down the road be able to find alternative placements for them, but at the front end, we wind up having to place them in detention, and we get bills for that. That 21,000, about 2,000-ish of that is was carryover from last year. We didn't get the bill until March. So some of that was from last year, but we paid it when we got it. We didn't leave it hanging at the end of the year. So that's one. I only asked for 15,000 this year. I know and my thought was when I did this, we weren't up to 21,000 yet. If it goes over the 15,000 next year, it's just such a shot in the dark. I either can figure out a way to move some money around. If we had to have an additional, we could request one. That was one. The other one that jumps the most, my budget request this year is 550, and I know you need to make cuts here. Last year, the approved total was 545, so it's 5,000 more. But the juvenile probation officer on the front page there, Mrs. Williams, I know you may not be dealing with salaries, but she hit a milestone this year. She is at 20 years. So the 77,828 for her is the minimum allowed under the statute for probation officers. And the $78,028 for the chief probation officer, Mr. Thigi, is the minimum allowed for the chief with the number of deputies that we have. And then the probation officer down there, that actually is slightly above the minimum. That one includes just a slight increase because this is her second full year. Other than that, the only other thing I would tell you is in years past, I'm going to come back here in a couple of months. I haven't done this in a few years. In years past, I came every year and transferred money out of some of my non-reverting funds over into the general fund to try and help offset some of the cost of running the court, which I know is expensive. I haven't done that in a while. I'm going to do it again this year. I'll start back in, but I don't know how much that'll be. So I'll be back to see you probably in October about that, in October or November, one of your meetings then. So any questions?
And I'm guessing that attorney appeals line is probably another one that you just take a guess at because you're not going to know what you.
Yeah, compensation pauper attorney appeals. I think, let's see, it says year-to-date actual 29, budget balance 10. So that's either one or two. I can't remember. Now, we used to ask for 190 every year on compensation pauper attorney. We're down to 150. Our caseload is down quite a bit. And there's a number of reasons for that. And I think if you ask the sheriff and the prosecutor and me, you'd get three different answers. We wouldn't be arguing about it. We just all might have a slightly different explanation. One thing I would tell you on adding, and I appreciate that you let us add a probation officer. What that's allowed us to do is do a whole lot more home visits than we used to. We put more people on supervised probation now than we ever did in the early years. And when I was a judge, we almost never did. Now almost everybody that gets probation gets supervised. So the probation department actually gets a grant from the community foundation to pay a deputy to accompany them when they do their home visits. They do those once or twice a month. And back in the day, we weren't able to do that. And that does tend to, you do tend to catch some folks in some violations that you wouldn't have had before. You wouldn't. So even though your compensation pauper attorney is way down, you are spending more for probation officers by quite a bit. But we do realize a gain from that. You are catching some people that might not otherwise go back through the system once they're on probation. We don't do that to trap them. They just are supposed to follow the rules like all of us do. And when they don't, they have to meet the penalty.
And we can't house juveniles that are.
No. And Lance actually asked me about that once, about building a building. You don't do that. It costs you $1 million. You got to have 5 or 6 people on a day. And the federal regs are miles long. They don't make money on that in Dearborn County, I guarantee you. And once upon a time, we had an agreement with them that they would retain some spaces for us. They don't do that anymore. They keep it full themselves. So.
Some of the differences in staffing required adults, I think, was.
Yeah, you got to have a full-time. There's got to be teachers on staff all day, every day. It's the undertaking. You got to have a nurse there all day, every day. So.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions for Judge? These other two funds listed in here, we've never really had any.
No. Yeah. The probation users fee fund is one that builds up, that is one that I typically transfer money out of. Um, There's one called probation administrative fee fund. When I come back, I'll explain that more in detail. If you do have a real tight connection to your state legislators, you still want to keep hitting them to pay your probation officers. Once upon a time, there was a movement to try and get them to pay probation, and think how much that would relieve you on the local level. But all they did was they came up with a probation administrative fee fund, which in no way offsets the cost of having probation officers around. The state thought it helped, so.
What's the GAL?
Guardian ad litem, that's somebody we have to appoint in children in need of services cases. We get a grant for her. We pay a portion of her salary, but we get like a $12,000 grant every year.
Okay.
So you don't spend too much. But in any child in need of services cases where the Department of Child Services intervened and either removed or not removed a child, we have to appoint guardians for them.
Okay.
Juvenile delinquents, we don't, but we do sometimes. And then in paternity and custody cases, sometimes people request one, we appoint, and we make them pay us back for those. So, you know, it's.
Else, anything?
Great. Thank you all very much for your time. If you have any questions, just let me know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The one thing for next year's budget that you should make a note on for you guys that are carrying over, that 5,000, the prosecutor and the judge get a per diem of 5,000. Yeah, you can cancel that at the beginning of a new term, or if you find that it didn't harm them. Unfortunately, all the judges in the state are not receiving an increase this year. So the legislature is not receiving an increase. The governor is not receiving an increase. Judges are not receiving increases this year. So that 5,000 that he's looking at is what we agreed to. Now, if he would have gotten an increase, we could have come back to both prosecutor and the judge and said, this doesn't make sense. This is totally based off of a judge that was here in 1990 something before this judge started. We've never addressed this. Mitchell's his name. We have never, and the reason they paid him 5,000 because he was doing 2 counties.
Ohio County.
This is just like a gimme. So that's a 10,000 hit to the county, or 20,000. No, what the terms are? What, 6 years?
Yes.
Judge is 6, prosecutors 4. So that's 20 to the prosecutor, and that's 30 to the judge. So when your new term comes up in 2027, next year, you should address this and decide whether we're going to continue this or not.
Well,
I mean, I don't look at it as a gimme. I look at it as like the county chipping in with the state. The arrangement they have is pretty good. We don't pay anything. So
we pay this 5,000.
I understand that. I'm saying his entire salary, which is quite a bit, is we only pay 5, but we chip in 5, and I'm okay with that. I think that's a pretty good bargain. I know the prosecutor's looking at delegating his down to his, which I emailed Garrett.
He didn't want it to begin with.
Right. He's wanted to, and I don't have an issue with that. I want it to be.
He wanted us to use his to fund his salaries, but you can't do that at all.
Yeah, I emailed Garrett about it, because prosecutor, I believe he said he talked to Garrett about it. If it's gonna be done, I feel like it needs to be like a separate line item as some type of a stipend type of thing. Because if the prosecutor would leave, the next one doesn't do that, then you gotta redo the whole thing. So,
Exactly.
I'm okay with the thought of it. It just needs to be.
because does it have to be line item as salary? It can't be stipend? You know what I mean, like the verbiage, like is that, to me, that doesn't make sense, because the salary is actually what the state is paying.
Yeah, well, we called on this, it specifically has to go to the prosecutor, it specifically has to go to the judge. It can't be.
No, but
You
what
can't
I'm
use
saying though
salary
is where
dollars.
it says judge salary in our expenses, it could be judge stipend or whatnot. It could be worded different. It's part of the salary.
No, that isn't part of this, so.
We got animal shelter next.
Now, where he was saying that the minimum allowed, so like for the juvenile probation officer,
That $77,828, that's the minimum.
That's the state.
The state sets that, so that would be,
That's what we have to pay.
I know it, but that's 8,000, about 8,000 more in 2025.
Because she hit the milestone, 20-year milestone. Yeah.
But then the minimum allowed for the chief probation officers, 78, which is a little over 3,000 increase year over year. And the probation officer the same, about $3,000 increase.
We're getting ready to move into animal shelter. So throw this out. Do we need an animal shelter here? I mean,
What are you gonna do if you don't?
you do what the other counties do.
Don't most counties have an animal shelter?
Jefferson does.
No,
Whitley does,
Whitley
Ohio
does.
County, I'm pretty sure does.
you know what happens.
It's a major headache for the sheriff's department, you know that.
I know it is.
Yeah,
No, if you don't have one.
you don't have one.
Yeah, they have.
I mean, Jefferson County has an animal control officer on their sheriff's department.
There are counties that have fed that money over to another county to take care of. There's private.
I mean, there's a house there.
I just got a call last week about this from the a postal employee about dogs being, they couldn't get a hold of anybody. And I got the call.
Well, I've asked the commissioners about cell phones, and or whatnot, and I think that there was some issues that they were trying to work through because there was they just brought in a new temporary person. So they got the manager and the control officer. And the control officer now has a vehicle, what else that Ryan and those guys, had approved, but I get Facebook messages, coming from the veterinary pharmaceutical deal. People know I'm involved with animals. I get messages probably 3 or 4 a week about dogs that are on people's properties or found or whatnot. Who do we contact? We've called and left messages and get no return calls. And I advise everybody to just go to Messenger, and send a message through because,
I mean, that's something you need to address with Heather, ask her about.
yeah, I'm going to, but, she's a one person and she's cleaning, runs, and everything else. She can't be on the phone. I want
Are they fully staffed? Do they have a manager and an animal control
And they have.
Yeah.
She just hired a part-time.
and a
as well.
part-time?
They just got a part-time.
I could see if they weren't fully staffed, maybe missing a call here and
Yeah,
there.
they
but-
just got a part-time.
I mean, when she gets calls to go out, they call the office. They don't. Her cell phone is her personal cell phone. It's not a.
See, I think she'll need to have a county. Me personally.
I agree.
There needs to be a line of communication somewhere there to report something.
Like I said,
But the budget
pull
increase,
back on the sheriff's office.
Yeah,
the budget increase is a $10,000
yeah,
difference.
she wants a
I
$10,000 pay
Do
increase.
not agree with that.
That's, yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
And then the part-time double, is that just for one?
Yeah,
Yes.
But so it's gonna double in cost next year.
well, because it just got approved.
Okay,
So it's only been what, months maybe?
Well, the 6240 was approved last year for 25's budget, but no one was never.
Right.
Hired. It was in there, so. I think she.
Well, and I had,
Give
said- just so
somebody
you guys
part-time.
know, I had sent Heather an email and asked, one, because they used to for veterinary work, they used to go to, Carroll County, which is there in Carrollton.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now they're going to Rising Sun.
Yeah, and it's
you know,
more
to the vet
expensive.
clinic, and it's a lot
It
more
is.
expensive.
Carroll County is the cheapest vet place
It
around
is.
here.
That's
And when I checked with Carroll County, they were told that it switched because we had to use a veterinary hospital in the county, which is BS because there is no veterinary
Right,
service in
right.
Switzerland County. So I think that needs to be kind of looked
And
at.
that's what I heard from the former
Yeah. And when we look at
animal
meds
shelter
and or whatnot, that are
manager.
ways to.
Come on in, Heather.
too.
We're ready for
is
you.
that, she was told by a former elected official
I know.
that they couldn't use Carroll County. I don't know why we can't use Carroll.
Podium's all yours and they've already started.
Two things.
discussing, so-
One, it's closer. Mileage,
Do what?
maybe.
I thought it was a piano
They're saying
last
now
year
for extended private driving, some
with
sort.
just the commissioners.
No.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
This is also,
That's what.
there's already, they passed the,
Yeah, Commissioners move the budgets over to council now.
Okay, no,
This is your first one?
it's my second, but first,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah, okay.
I was new to it last year. So new to it.
I'll start for you. We've asked this of everybody, leading up, everybody in front of you, so we'll ask this. You've offered, increases to your staff. What's the reason for 42 to 50?
The work that I put in there, sorry, I hate crowds. Just let me loosen up. I do a lot of work there, a lot of after-hour work, and I don't ever put it in, and the amount of stress and the physicalness of it is just, it needs to be more money. Like for instance, I don't call when the drainage pipes need to be unclogged. I got pictures. I do a dirty job. And I get in there and I unclog them all by myself. And like I said, all the extra hours that I'm there, it just needs to be paid more than just $20.
The commissioners, did you discuss your increase with them?
No, this is the first time
Okay.
the commissioners didn't meet individually.
that's what I thought we were doing.
Heather, hours wise, what hours do you think you actually are hours weekly?
It varies between 40 and 50.
And then question, animal control officer, as far as their, cleaning runs, maintenance, whatever's needing to be done at the shelter.
Mhm.
The animal control officer position, what are they doing as well with?
Besides just cleaning the shelter, they just go on calls when dispatch calls, like in the evenings or after hours. And then sometimes it's me doing that as well.
But that's what, I'm just trying to figure out, the animal control officer job description is what?
Well, I guess it would be,
Not saying yours.
it is, but the exception of he's supposed to go out and do the on-calls.
Supposed to, is he all the time?
No.
Well, that's what my question is, because I get, and I'm Kim, we've messaged some. I get multiple, messages, and I've actually requested that you have a county cell phone,
Mm-hmm.
to keep separate from your personal phone.
Yes, that would be
you can
nice.
Get a hold of. But I get messages, of course, I'm on the Patriot side of the county, so I get messages all the time, about
Okay.
the dogs, and they call and leave messages and or whatnot. A bunch of us have gotten those. So I've advised them to go on Messenger and actually type in a message, because then when you're sat down at the computer, you can actually look at it and whatnot.
Yeah.
Communications wise, what do you see would be benefits there? So people in the county actually see that the shelter is, available and can get back to them as far as.
A cell phone would be nice. We use our personal phones. We try not to, or we do the *67 because people get a hold of them and they just call us left and right. But our only other option is dispatch or the Facebook Messenger page.
So somebody calls you, dog showed up on porch.
Mm-hmm.
Call is what, animal control officer goes to house where dog showed up on porch.
What do you mean?
I call you, there's a dog on my property.
Yes.
Animal control officers then sent out to the property, or
Yes, that's how it's
police
supposed
are called, or
If they call the shelter during hours and we get to the phone, because we don't sit at the phone, we're always moving around the building. But when we get to the phone and read the messages or listen to the messages, then we'll send them out, whether it's him going out or both of us going out, however it needs to be that day.
or sheriff's department, or no?
Sheriff's Department don't go out. If they call us and can't get through, sometimes they'll go ahead and call dispatch, and then dispatch will call our personal numbers, and then we'll take care of it.
And the part-time person is doing what?
He's cleaning the kennels.
Okay.
You have that part-time person in there receiving you increased their budget 100%.
Well, that was because they just now started. That last year when they put this in the budget, they only gave me $6,000 to work with for the whole year. And I didn't get permission to hire him until this month. So we use, how do I word it? The budget for the remaining of the year. Okay,
When
so,
you made your offer to them, you made your offer based on $6,240, right? I mean, that the hourly pay for six,
for the remaining of the year.
right? So remaining of the year.
Yeah, so for a whole year's worth, that budget would only be like $10 an hour.
For part-time.
Yeah.
So-
And right now he's making 1560,
How many hours a week is he?
20. And this is his second week. He just started last week.
Heather, you guys have that other fund, the animal shelter donations.
Mhm.
Looks like it's got about 50, almost 54,000 in it.
Yes.
Would you be willing to pay for the part-time person just for 1 year out of that fund?
I am willing to do that as long as the other stuff gets taken care of at the shelter that needs to be replaced and updated. That I'm not having to use the donations to cover.
What are those things?
Right now I'm trying to get a fencing put in, and I was told I had the fencing from a building that was taken down, or the fencing around a building that's being remodeled. I don't know where, but the county garage is supposed to pick up that fencing and bring it to me so I can build a play area and close in the shelter more because the dogs are getting out. They run around the whole property because they're not confined better. So I'm supposed to have that fencing put in, but I know I'm gonna have to pay for that. Someone to have to put that fencing in.
The dogs at the animal shelter are getting out of the animal shelter?
Sometimes they do, yes.
So
They don't get
Fen-
far. They get caught back, but yes, they do get out of the kennel.
like repairs, any type of fencing repairs, you guys are paying for that out of that other fund.
Depending on where the budget is, yeah.
So you can use some things repair done around there to keep them getting out.
Some of it needs to be repaired, but this is added.
It's not.
Like if you approach the building, there's a lean off to the left, and that's where 6 kennels are. And sometimes when volunteers or even myself go in, a dog will slip out. Excuse me. And I want a fence put in between the building and the lean, so if they do get out of their kennel, they're still trapped. I got a tickle, I'm sorry. And then, of course, the right side of the building, a play area.
I feel like any fencing that needs to be put up ought to be covered. I mean, I don't know if the highway
Well, it
guys.
sounds like they tore down a building and you just need to get it installed. That's all like there's an expense to it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just installing.
And what's the difference between animal care supplies and animal care products?
There's a water fountain right now.
Is there? Thank you. I got a tickle right here.
Yeah, because under equipment, shelter, maintenance, and repair, there's no budget.
Go get you, here it goes.
Dogs are getting out, we gotta re-catch them.
Well, my biggest thing is if there's 42 in there for an animal control officer and that job's not being done, that's a whole nother issue.
Well, you can look at timesheets to see where he is in his position.
Well, and those can be punched out too. But animal control products and animal care supplies, what's the difference between those two lines?
They were already there when I started, but I do know like the animal care supplies, I utilize a lot of the food from Bear Branch out of that one. And then the supplies, when I get like the new washing station that I got for the shelter, and then the grooming kits and all that kind of stuff will go into the products of it.
So products is grooming station, et cetera. Care supplies is food, vaccines,
The back,
spay, neuter.
those come out of the contractual services.
Is that, are you looking at, is that 4325 that you're talking about?
I'm looking at 4325 and 4211.
Animal care supplies, is that your food?
That's what
Yes.
she's saying, is food. And products would be 4325,
Be grooming.
the grooming shampoo, that would, or would that be under supplies?
I do, well, I kind of do the, like not the shampoo, haven't got the washing station up yet. So I haven't gotten to that part, but just trying to think what I've spent on the product.
And contractual services, that's pretty much 100% veterinary.
Yes,
And still using Rising Sun versus Carrollton.
yes.
Have we done a price or a contract, like a quote from either to compare pricing?
Not since I've been here.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's Significantly cheaper.
We know that, from our personal experience, that Carrollton is
I
much
do know
cheaper
that.
than Rising Sun. So I think that that's something we should.
And I would be.
The only thing I
would
don't,
Help you with that as well.
that's fine. The only thing I don't like about the Carrollton County, unless it's in a contract, they do something different. They treat me as just a normal patient appointment. So instead of me taking the animals and dropping them off and coming back, they want me to stand there and wait. And I have to wait outside with all the animals and they take them in one at a time. Because I've dealt with them twice and I didn't like that process because it keeps me away from the shelter.
Rising Sun, you're able to take them all and then
Mhm.
just come back.
Yep, and they even come to the shelter sometimes and give them the vaccines.
So they want you to stay with them, because I've done that, and I didn't have to stay there. But if you're taking a bunch,
Yeah, the last time, it was last year, I took 6 cats and I had to stay for them to do all 6 cats
At Carroll.
at Carrollton. And it's not one after the other. If they have
have to
another
wait.
appointment, I have to wait. Mhm.
Yeah. That's my specialty. I can find out.
maybe you could work out something like that with them. you know.
Yeah.
Is there anything in here that's, would be like equipment that you're buying? Like you talk about the shower thing. Is there anything else in here that would be like a one-time?
Um,
I didn't see anything that jumped out at me, but
and no, that's kind of the one-time things. I mean, I'm constantly going through water hoses, so I'm trying to figure out how to stop that. But I haven't, I'm
Is
still.
it because they're getting chewed? Or
No, I think it's because it's going across the rocks. They just get cut and they bust. And I did buy one of those retractable ones to get it up off the ground, but then I was told I can't really use that through winter because they'll freeze and bust. They're more prone to doing that. So I only bought one of those. I didn't buy any more because I didn't want to waste the money if it's not gonna work.
vehicle service and repair and fuel, those are mainly the vehicle that the animal control officer has?
Yes, there's two vehicles.
So you're taking water hoses from your building to the outdoor kennels, is that what you're saying?
Yes, there's 3 runs, well 4 if you count the ISO, but they each have a water hose.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
That would be, that would be a
Be a cost.
it'd be less expensive in the long run than replacing water hoses or
It'd be
the,
more convenient for you to have.
and the
Because
labor and stuff.
there is an outdoor spigot. correct?
Yes,
But it's just at the main building, not over by the runs.
right. Well, there's 2 outdoors. There's one on this side and there's one on the left side, and there's 2 indoors. I know with the water heater that I'm working on, there was talk about getting rid of one of the other water heaters. So I guess there's 2 in the building. And with the 3rd one getting ready to be replaced, they want to take out one.
Yeah, they did push that, they're going to, tankless water heater, it's gas instead of the other 2 are electric, so. They're gonna.
And they
all
have,
down
and the
to-
air conditioner's already been replaced.
It has, but I need to get someone out there to look at the one that they replaced. It's not working efficiently. But Wesley's busy.
Something to consider, because I think they're on REMC electric.
Mhm.
They're having a price increase at 8.5% in October.
My last bill
So I
just went
didn't
up
know
to
if that was
$700 and I don't know why.
figured into this, because it looked like utilities, you're asking for the same amount as last year. So I don't know.
And they
if that-
are.
REMC's increasing what?
In October, 8.5%.
Yeah.
They posted it everywhere.
Yep.
Anybody on the REMC electric, yes, which will affect them because they're out in East
Trust me,
Enterprise.
I got the shop.
Thus.
Mhm.
Is what it is, you gotta live.
Yeah. I didn't know if we wanted to think about that and the
Yeah,
utility cost.
I mean, I think Duke is going up too, but
I
not
heard
as
Duke
much
was
as-
going up too. I just
but
didn't, I
I don't think,
on that.
I didn't hear a percentage, but I heard it was, going up.
Back to the animal control officer questions. Have you addressed certain concerns with the commissioners? Because Ryan and I have had a couple of discussions.
And we've talked about it and when they first started but the way the employee works is I'll say something to him and then he'll do really good. And then he'll slack back off.
Who's
So
this?
that's
The
animal
employee
control officer.
But
And
has a county-owned vehicle,
he don't take it back and forth. It stays at the shelter.
stays in the shelter.
Hmm. He would like for it to go back and forth, but I don't trust him with
I
doing
got
that.
it. So for a call, he gets a call, then he has to come to the shelter, get the vehicle, take the vehicle, then out on the call.
Yep. And he lives, I think, maybe 15 minutes from the shelter.
Why wouldn't we want him to have vehicle?
I don't trust him.
He has to prove himself.
Wrong person in
Yeah.
position. Let's just
let's,
put it that
hold
way.
on. Let's don't get into
Yeah.
employee performance is a,
It's not a.
I'm just asking why we wouldn't give the
that's an
actual
executive session
vehicle,
discussion.
the
Right.
vehicle to the individual. I mean, that may be some of the issue with where the aggravation comes out of the public of
Yes.
the response times and all that other stuff, so
Um,
that's the only.
Well, you can't be cleaning the kennels and or whatnot. The thing would be is if one person was manning phones while another person is out in the kennels. I mean, you'd have to have somebody manning phones. Unless you have a county cell phone that can be clicked on with the Bluetooth
Yeah, like that.
earbuds that you can then answer, which a lot of shelters do have,
Mhm.
where you've got somebody on call.
and they do, but I do know if you want someone that's at the phones only and someone doing the kennels and that, there's gonna need to be more employees. Because it was hard enough cleaning that building with 2 of us.
Yeah.
So.
And that's where I'm saying, like, having a phone, a push button, ear headset.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, and to get back to our point earlier about the other fund, it would be great if we could move that over there, but I agree that you shouldn't be paying for, I'll call them upgrades, to the building or fencing, and that stuff needs to come from
And, I mean,
commissioners or us, commissioners oversee this department.
Well, and then going back, she's using, budgeting
Yeah.
for hoses when we should be running water out there. too.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look at, but it's gotta
The
be,
capital thing.
somebody's gotta look at it and put a quote together and things like that, present it to. the
yeah, and that's
commissioners.
gotta come.
But this other fund is the public donating money,
Yeah,
correct?
right.
Yes.
So, and you guys are in full control, that's to use at your. however you-
Discretion.
My understanding
Yeah.
is.
But to me, that shouldn't
She
be,
just needs, whenever she wants to purchase something, she asks for an appropriation. Last year, she bought
Yeah.
cat cages.
yeah, that ought to be,
And what some counties have done is they've actually done spay neuters, with donation money. They've actually
used to
been
have
able to
that.
give out vouchers, to people in the county that you can go do a spay neuter at XYZ clinic. I mean, you could pick the clinic, but then you have to negotiate with the clinics, within the area that they'll do a spay neuter for X price.
And I'm also working with Pet Friendly and they're supposed to be sending me at some point in time some more cat vouchers. I'm supposed to get 25 a year minimum. And that kind of will help the community because I hand those out to the public if they come in for
Are
them.
you microchipping at the shelter at all?
No.
Heather, I know you didn't meet with the commissioners. Are they aware of, we're talking like the water hose issue, or are the commissioners aware of all this stuff? The fencing around that, or,
I'm pretty sure, yes, they are.
I mean, have you brought it up to them specifically?
Yeah, they're the ones who told me that they got the fencing. Like I said, I don't know where the location is. But there's a building around here somewhere that they're redoing. And had the fencing around it. It's like 6 or 8 foot fence.
it might just need the labor to put it up or something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Remember where
It was supposed to be coming.
There
think it
definitely should
has to
be
be.
an email. You haven't, I put one in an email, maybe separate ones for water and the fence and different, anything that comes up in the building that needs to be repaired, replaced, needs to be, to me, those aren't operating expenses.
No,
If it's one-time hits that commissioners or us ought to pay for, and then this is just what it takes to run
Mhm.
your department.
There's a, mainly thing at the shelter is the AC is always having issues with the AC. Even with the new one put in the run, the condensation drips in all of my vents throughout the building. And the ceiling, I mean, it's probably gonna need a lot of repairs.
Are the commission, that's brand new, right?
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
are the commissioners aware that you're having an AC problem?
I just noticed it because I noticed like I was waiting for it to cool off and it's just not cooling off. And the
I would think we have a
temperatures,
Contract with whoever put that in,
Yes,
that they
yeah.
come back out. and get it.
Wesley deals with all of that. Like I'll just call and let them know I need it and
Yeah, I mean, again, probably an email with some pictures, just to commissioners and Wesley, just let them know, this is what you see, and they can take it from there.
yeah, they've come out a few times and searched or looked and they put in, I think it was a returning vent, I'm sorry,
Every turn.
in the office because they thought it would help with the condensation buildup and the dripping. And it did, but I guess with these warm weathers that we've had, it's just, there's weeks that it's harder to keep up.
Insulated is the building. It sounds like the building's not insulated very well. So
It's not, it's just concrete blocks.
It's all the cooling, if all the runs are condensating, it's just because they can't get the room cool.
The run feels like a sauna in there every day, especially after we clean it and it's all wet. It stays damp feeling. It's hard to keep the smell down when it's like that, but
Yeah.
I've managed.
And you said social media wise and everything to like advertise the dogs that are out there and stuff. You're pretty much the only one handling that. too,
Yes,
Right?
and I'm not very good at it.
Well, what I'm wondering though is maybe get with FFA and find like one of the students to do an SAE project as far as social media and or marketing. You might be able to find a kid that's in FFA that would take that on as their project. Because I
Okay.
think that's why we don't have as many dogs adopted out or 4-H, is just because we don't have the personal ads.
Natalie Wheeler, I know she brings kids out there every year for their senior project. You might want to get a hold of Natalie, Wheeler, Cody. We don't.
So, last year, the student council came a few times and they helped before the end of the year.
For the cross-country runners and or whatnot. Do their runs and exercise the dogs. A lot of counties do that too.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I think kids are always need volunteer hours for their
Yeah.
scholarships and stuff like that. That just might be, I'd probably reach out to Greg Curlin or Natalie does BPA. I feel like BPA could help too.
Yeah. Or Kyle with the extension office for.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need those names again.
Yeah.
I'll go get you.
And kids are always good with social media. They're
They
like
do, they
experts.
know it, they know it, and they love animals, so, it should be an easy sale for them.
I think that answers our question.
Anybody else have any questions for Kevin? All right, thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. Y'all have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Clerk's office next.
Heather, I'll email you that information.
And we're really stuff. That means you guys all that, right?
We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
Good.
Works. Another one page.
Wait, make it square.
Yeah.
That's a couple pages.
So I'll be fair and equitable and ask the same question. What are your increases based on?
I did a 6% increase on the clerk and on all the deputies, a 5% increase based on work volume, volume of work. We have a lot of work that comes with that. And at this point, knowing what type of budget situation we're in, I'm willing to accommodate, you know, no increase on my end. If I need to, and if I need to reduce their increases, that's fine as well.
You reduced staffing last year.
Yes. And I've got another one I'm ready to bring on board, so. So that position that's on the election deputy was already backfilled by the commissioners. Good to go.
Karen, you haven't had a printing budget. All of a sudden, now you're gonna have a request for,
Yes, because I feel like at this point, we don't have a really great venue to get information out to the public during the election. So we're going to try some new creative approaches to, you know, whether it's printing things, putting kids backpacks, or, you know, we've got to come up with some other ways to get some information out there. So I wanted to have a budget set aside that I could do some newspaper ads. And we have not had a printing budget, but we've always had to put in, I know with our local paper, it was $700 and it was a government rate to do a full page. I'm sure Madison Courier's probably more, but I think I'll see some website venues. I know like the Beacon has $100 a month, but I could do a full thing of all of we're required to put our ballots, our sample ballots.
Right, right.
So,
That's kind of an advertising.
yes.
Line.
And I can vouch for advertising between Madison and Gallatin and Carroll and Brown.
yeah, well, I mean, we got rid of our paper. They knew we got rid of our paper.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm already using our website, which is nice because I've got a bucket on there. We get calls and emails throughout the year from individuals looking for the election results. So I'm just referring them to the election bucket. So I will absolutely load all that stuff onto our website as well. So we just have to do a multifaceted marketing thing to get information out there for poll workers and for the public.
How would we even know in the county like what people are getting their papers? I mean, because I would assume like the west side of the county is probably getting Madison papers. Maybe south side's getting Gallatin County.
You take a guess.
We don't have a lot of options available, so. So the ISET's budget really didn't change a whole lot. It's just, I added some increases for what you see is, I've got overtime allowance, and that overtime only gets used during the election, and I base it on 30 hours based on a new pay rate. But it could go back down if we don't, you know, depending on what the increases are, it would have to be it's time and a half, so. And they run about 30 hours. That's about what we like to do. And last year I was able to keep them under the 30-hour threshold. They have to be here. I've got the 2 Saturdays, and what happened last year, what the year before was there wasn't enough money budgeted for the election. They really only budgeted for one election, which would have been the primary. So when we came to the general election, we were really skimpy on funds. So.
One question, office supplies and computer support doesn't really look like they've used much of the budget, you know, that you had.
Now, office
And
supply,
then-
which one?
Request,
Which
first
one?
one's in just under.
Yeah, see, now ISETs I have to be careful with because anything that's purchased for ISETs has to go back to the state because then they send back a kernel of the budget.
I got
So if I use stuff for her, I'm just usually really careful as to what we buy. I mean, you can't anticipate, like, actually office supplies, well, probably be depleting a chunk of that because she's going to have checks coming out for office supplies, and I'm trying to get a cheaper option for that. They've been going through Boyce all these years, and Boyce is $300-400 a check. So I did some shopping around at 3 or 4 different places, and even the office shop has a cheaper version. So I'm getting some estimates for a better. So things that come out of there, like the computer support stuff that comes out of there, we use a lot of toner cartridges because ISETS has its own printer. The election has its own printer, and so those are the little, that's our commodity in our office.
Okay.
Checks are to the
Oh, anybody that pays, so on the child support, if you come in and pay child support, the next day the recipient receives a check in the mail. So it's child
They
support.
they can't do automatic deposits on students.
They do,
These are the checks that go to the recipient.
Yeah.
So,
some people still come in and physically pay. Most of them are automatic.
I mean, I got that, but those still couldn't be automatically deposited. They
Yeah.
have to be printed on paper
yeah,
check.
they have to have paper record.
I think the state wants.
Welcome to their state.
Well, I mean, that would save a lot of.
Maybe they would, but then they won't do it.
That's something that the state will have to come in and, do. I mean,
Well, they're even, what they've cracked down on is they've cracked down on us taking credit card payments and, money orders from banks for child support. So it's a cash only business in her office. Unless the individual has child support due and they want to mail it to the state, they're allowed to do that. So, and then restitution. So if there's a court case and we have a judgment and say somebody owes you $1,000, you know, John Jones comes in and pays $1,000 the day before, the next day the restitution gets mailed to you via check. So.
Maybe the way the mail is, whether it gets there or not.
Exactly.
Like, whether you got your postage, you got your constant checks. I mean,
Oh my gosh, the checks are
Yes.
crazy. So I think it was 1,000 checks for, and they're the 3-part business checks. And it was over $550 plus shipping. So if I can find another venue to buy them, even if it's a couple $100 cheaper without the shipping, that's even better. So, and we go through, I can't tell you exactly, you might even know, we go through a lot of checks. You know, on a daily basis, we're probably off of the court side, we're probably processing anywhere from 10 to 15 checks and then plus postage. And then on the ISET side, child support side, we average probably 5 to 10 checks a day. So
And that's the ones that you computer print, right, through the printer.
yeah, they come out of the software and they get printed. We have two designated printers. There's one, the child support stuff is very secure. Ours is too, but child support takes a lot more. You have to be fingerprinted, you have to be background checked to even have credentialing to ISETs. And so it's set up on a network, it's all Ethernet through the courthouse. And when I write a check, it goes directly to that printer. It won't go anywhere else, so.
Do we have something as far as like with the county to where like, because all the departments need printer paper, you know, all the departments need this. I mean, do we have something where they can like condense to get like bulk deals to where?
So
we were just talking about that.
Look,
Co-op,
when I
we have one
first-
at the school.
When I first came on, I got tasked with some copiers. That's probably been, this year will be 4 years. We should probably go back and reassess the paper
Yeah,
and
the
the
paper,
copiers
the
all
ink,
over.
everything.
the copiers themselves that the department heads have, they don't pay for those total cartridges or the paper. She's talking about individual.
Yeah,
printers
individual.
that She
printers.
has.
But we
So
should,
my copier in my office, I don't pay anything for supplies. That's
Okay.
part of the agreement that they dealt with all this stuff.
but now it's, Carrie brought this up a minute ago with the fee cost. We should look at that if we're using different vendors for different things. We should have that looked at as a whole.
But who does pay for the printer and the paper and everything in your office?
And I can tell you, I think the office shop was charging 0.009 cents a copy. I ran so far year to date, I'm at 77,000 copies off of that one printer.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be paperless.
Yes. That's what I was wondering.
That's this year you've done that? So what happens in an election year?
How many more
Does
copies?
it increase? It has to.
Yes, because we run registration cards, so I'm assuming you're,
That's ran on her or whomever's
yeah,
copier. on
some of
their
it's on the
thing.
little guy, but
Not much.
Yeah, the more, from my experience way back when, the more you can do it like on a centralized copier printer and less desktops, you're gonna save money there because those toner cartridges are not cheap. You know, sometimes like the ISETs come, you know, when you're printing checks, there's a special type of toner that you have to use that's magnetic. And that may be what, you're having to use. I don't
No,
know.
they just have to
But-
be, it has to be in its designated printer over here,
Mhm.
so.
Well, like postage wise, with no paper and whatnot for postage, like you were saying, like to mail out, to people in the county or whatnot, shouldn't there be like a budget in there for?
Well, I budgeted in last year, but they said, no, the commissioners are taking care of all the postage. They've got a Pitney Bowes down in the treasurer's office, so everybody takes, I
Okay.
mean, I did
Okay, 'cause
one,
I didn't see it in there. I was like.
well, last year I put in,
For let's see.
Okay.
because some,
You to understand the cost of a real office, should it all be in one fund? Probably not, because you don't know what your real expenses are.
Right.
But this is the way,
when I
Oh,
separated
no.
that out last year and kind of calculated postage, and I think, Kim, I had put in about $450 in postage just based on average numbers and what the postage
Yeah.
was. We've got some things, we get a lot of certified mailings too.
Yeah,
Some of that is offset by some of the court costs, like when we charge,
I got ya.
when we get, I think $10 off of the sheriff's service fee is for postage,
Okay,
for certified.
I got you.
But generally, any of the attorneys that are e-filing cases into our office, they're required to do the first mailings, not
Okay.
us. So we're usually subsequent mailings. But we have a lot that goes out, so.
Well, because I just remember in the budgeting last year, when Jamie was like, do we have a spreadsheet that shows what exactly it costs to run this damn county? I mean, you know what I mean? There's not really a good,
It's,
there's not,
it's helpful, but it's not really help to me, because everything comes from different areas and different
Right.
funding sources. Yeah, you can look at it, but it's,
Well,
if you want to do anything about it, first thing you gotta do is separate it.
yeah.
If you want to be like, why is it so high? First thing you gotta do is separate it.
Yeah.
So adding it together to me doesn't.
Well, on the copiers, you can tell, I can have her run a report and tell me how many I've run, and it does, for me, it does help when I'm budgeting for an entire office, know what my expenses are. Do I need to move something from here to here to cover a cost? Or should I set some aside so that we can have a little bit of surplus for, I did that last year with the copiers, but we took all that stuff off, so.
Well, I was just thinking about like the tires, the sheriff's department was saying, well, the tires came from this grant, that we put in here, or whatnot. But you still got it in case you don't have those grants. I
You're
mean,
supposed to be paperless.
Yeah, it's amazing how much paper goes through here.
Still.
Probably.
I know Patricia
No, a page?
Pages made the comment about election equipment and capital budget. But I'm not seeing that there's anything in here.
I mean, most of the election budget is people, right? I mean, it's.
Yes.
It's board.
And I think I can probably cut back on the sheriffs. We hadn't been using sheriffs for years, and it's not physically a sheriff's department guy. It's actually an election position. It's a poll position called a sheriff. And because our election was so contentious this year, I was concerned. So I worked with EMA and Sheriff's Department, got handhelds and actually put those two positions in and budgeted for those. So this is going to be a smaller election this year because we don't have a presidential. I think we just have, when we have I don't even know what's running right now, because I don't have them. But I could probably pull back on the sheriff a little bit. But this,
Violence is low.
well, it's interesting. I added to the mileage because normally people were turning in mileage. Like I'll get $9 or 9 miles that somebody wants reimbursed, but I didn't get a lot of mileage reimbursed. But I want to make sure it's in there because,
Election year.
Yeah.
Seniors.
Yeah.
well, we'll have a primary and a general. And like I said, last year, they didn't budget wholly for 2 elections. They budgeted for 1. So Gail and I had to do some fancy footwork to move some stuff around.
And the election.
Got it to
annual-
work.
The election annual software fees and license, that's for the voting machines?
Yeah, I've
pretty
got
much?
voting machines. We have the app. We've got the poll pads.
Yeah.
Those all have a license. And now I'm going to pick up, I talked to Yvette and snag a license for GIS for her. I don't know how much that is. I'm sure I'll have enough to cover it this year.
Does the state pay for the machines here?
They used to,
So
No.
are we
picked up
we
the
looking
tab.
at buying any new machines?
No, we acquired in 2021, we acquired 7 pieces of equipment, I believe, from Ripley County that were brand new. last year's the first time I've actually opened up all the boxes and had them going. And part of that also is there's some maintenance in there. They will come in, they're coming in this year to maintenance every single piece of equipment and make sure that, there's not a problem with our scanners. And I just got, the grant money gave us, a new scanner and a new controller, so I don't need any new equipment.
You don't have any.
That's what I was
Those
thinking.
I know, I was kind
Trying
of.
to find capital.
I was trying to open it again.
Those machines were purchased by the state. I believe that was in 20, but they decided to do them.
Yeah, and then remember when I first started, we got two bills. We were all shocked because I literally got two big bills for election equipment, and that was the state said at one point we're going to discontinue paying for that. Well, they just decided to send both invoices and say, oh yeah, by the way, so we were hit with two
you go.
invoices that year.
But like from the software, that was for.
Yeah, yes, there were two big software licenses. They had already paid for the equipment. That equipment's gonna last you guys a lot more years going forward because I think I own 27 pieces of election equipment that when you walk in and tabulate everything, you don't tabulate, but when you walk in and you put your ballot in and you're making your choices, those are not marking pieces of equipment. It's just software that allows you to choose your candidates. The scanner and the other one that has a paper printout, the little controller, those may wear out sooner, but as long as we keep them maintenance, I think we'll be fine. The iPads are brand new from last year's grant. So I think the other ones were roughly on the 10-year mark. I'm surprised they still have a charge to them. So, and those will still put into play this year. We're going to put them in and put sample ballots on them just so people can scroll through them.
Yeah, election budgets always jump back and forth.
And it's hard because you can't.
Even years, there's not really a good way, another way to do it.
No, there's not, because you can't predict,
It's.
voter turnout necessarily.
Yeah, and she has to have the people. In place
Exactly, yeah.
to do it.
Yes.
Well, the hard part too was the shocker was the price of the ballots and all stuff from the vendor. We got hit with a $10,000 and a $11,000 bill from GBS. That's our election vendor, and they call it lock and load. So they come down and they help us with a public test, which we're required to do. We put up all the equipment that we're going to use for that year's election, and we run a mock election on it. But that's to challenge the equipment to make sure that it's working correctly. But the ballots themselves, they actually, when we know who the candidates are, who the state officials are, they run a ballot and we have to pay for every one of those. And I think they're 38 cents a piece. And the stinky part is that we have to buy, and we're supposed to take to every election site. So if we have 3 election sites, we're supposed to take 10,000 ballots with us to each site. That just doesn't work. Because we only had 7,200 people registered and we get 4,000 people maybe that vote on an average. So, but we are required to have a physical piece of ballot paper for every single person that's registered, regardless of whether they vote or not. So
That total at every site.
that's what they wanted, yeah.
Not just total.
I kind of split it in half because we do have extras. We buy enough ballot paper that we do have extras, but that I guess they're assuming that maybe somebody's going to come to one vote location and they're all going to swarm there and they're all going to vote there. We're close enough that if I have to run back and get more sheets, I'll do it.
And that's where the 15,000 is just to cover.
2 elections, 2 sets of ballots for each election.
Which the human cap development didn't have a budget, or she hadn't seen it yet, so she didn't have it on that sheet. So I don't know what their ending cash balance is. They're starting out at 430, so they're only getting 89,000. So I would assume it's going to be pretty high. But anything in this election, they can qualify to be paid out of there. It's just I don't know what it would be really.
Yeah.
Maybe ballots or something. I guess you could, but might be something to ask Paige. No, I mean, one time, I guess it's not every year.
But
It's not every year, every other year. Anybody have any other questions? All right.
Okay, all right.
We're good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
First reading.
Repeat customer.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
So we don't have anyone for an hour. Next person is 12:30.
Who's that?
There's Main Street. We don't have anyone at 12:30.
Can we ask them if they shoot down here?
I can ask. Yeah. We can take
The lunch.
Hey, is there any way that you can come now or
It's
do
on
you
me.
think we can gap here?
I think she's on the phone, Cat. Health department. That
That's
was
health.
quite-
Okay, sounds good.
On it.
Thank you.
They were 1:30.
Okay, Kathy's gonna come down. She said just give her a few minutes.
But they were 1:30.
Kathy is at 1, Nurse Range Clinic is at 12:30. 1:30 is Ryan Everman.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Moore's downstairs.
What's that?
Tom Moore, EMA.
Housekeeping.
That was, he's
I
downstairs.
just, no, it's a housekeeping item.
Okay.
I never heard from him again. I'm feeling I wouldn't hear anything about it. I thought I'd been sending it anyway.
Gail, can I ask a question? And it might be my newness or maybe it's here. So I'm not sure, but how come some people budget for social security taxes and people don't?
Because some of them, the commissioners pay out of their budget. The commissioners have a OASI budget
Okay.
line item. Why is it like that? I don't
Okay,
know.
because I was
It's
getting
just
like
always been
confused
like
about
that,
why
but
some people,
I saw
because
that
it is a
too.
require, I mean, like every salary has to pay it, so I didn't know why it wasn't in every department's budget.
Commissioners capture a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Same with the benefits, like health insurance and stuff like that.
Yeah, that comes up.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just want to make sure I was thinking of the right page.
You guys have a plan what, things worked out, but once you hear everyone, are you gonna go and you see what we need to cut or what cut or?
Right
Yeah,
now,
I've been making notes. I think everybody else has been making notes
You
too.
say not cut.
I don't think
I'm
there's
just
gonna be a
saying,
not,
I'm just saying, that didn't
Not
cut,
cut.
not cut, whatever.
if we don't not cut.
Hey, we're doing cut.
Yeah.
That's right. Todd's paying for it all.
Hello.
The grass man. Lots of grass.
clippings.
Gonna have lots of grass to cut.
You're on camera.
Yeah, he doesn't behave.
You're not running next year?
I think I won't.
Do you think you are?
He's gonna make Rob.
You're not running, Matt? Had enough?
I'm
6 years?
ready
Is
to
that how
go
long
and
you did
enjoy
it?
my life,
You don't blame me.
with or without my wife.
That's on her, huh?
I don't know.
What district are you in?
what's up next year? Clerk's up next year,
Clear.
auditors up, you running for auditor?
Be like you, doing what you want in my life.
Treasurer was just,
The assessor, the auditor, the clerk. Judge.
Sheriff.
judge, yeah, judge, sheriff,
Sheriff.
judge, boy, they're both retired.
All the
Sheriff is
townships.
termed out, right?
All the townships.
Recorder just was on, recorder
Yeah,
ran with
recorder
us,
and-
so,
recorder and treasurer just came.
yeah.
What you do is,
The judge is not turned.
No,
Prosecutor?
He's, is he run, I can.
Yeah.
Prosecutors run.
Running?
That's a boy going around. Oh, I thought you were talking.
Mine,
Yeah, I heard.
I don't know.
Ryan, Ryan.
Prosecutor, yeah, he's up to reelection, he's on the same service. Censor, auditor. First of all, all the townships are up for reelection.
Yep.
Trustee.
So who's coming now?
Kathy.
who's coming for nurse training clinic?
Kelly, and usually Dr. Freedy's with her.
Where do you go, nursing?
Kathy would be in the
Kathy
health
would be
department, health first and all that. We can, if that one runs into nurse managed clinic, we can do that one and then maybe ask Ryan to come, bump Ryan back a little bit or something, I'll look at something. However it works.
Yeah, and Kelly might be able to come too. No, that can't come any earlier, she's the only one in the office, so.
Oh, the event that I said.
Are you gonna run again next year, Liz?
I don't even look that far ahead.
No, I know, that's how.
I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Run and I'm like. Hoping for that lottery.
Then we won't have to worry about our budget, right?
Right.
All state probably. Do something to it, I'm sure.
Man, the sky.
No, I'm sure they're gonna tweak what they've already done, so even if you start putting plans together, they're gonna modify it again, I'm sure. Did we lose our fact books, Jackie?
She said that, there's no information given from Richmond County, and I know.
We can still, that's fine. I mean, we could.
That's the
compare.
ones you were talking about.
Yeah, that's all, I like looking at the other, I don't even look at, I don't like.
Yeah, I did scan, yeah.
Yeah, because I think when I was at the budget meeting, I wasn't on council and saw it, I thought it was nice.
Yeah, yeah, and not all counties report. You know, but you can, if you're curious what the sheriff's deputy makes in other counties, you look it up. Whoever.
Getting some Maria cookies tomorrow night for the cross-country team. It's Taylor's birthday.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay.
I'm getting cookies from Monday Bear.
Those are good. We bought those for breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lindy makes really good sugar cookies.
Yeah, she did them for me last, Taylor's birthday so far has always fell, we thought on a soccer game, which it did last year. And I think originally there was a soccer game, then everything got switched around. Now there's cross-country.
Only home meet of the year.
Yeah.
He's doing cross-country, isn't he? He's doing soccer as well.
Helen can't come in early, 12:30, so.
Well, we can, so we,
I don't know if you want to take a break.
yeah, I might go over and grab some meat after Kathy. We'll see how this goes.
So where's Kale thinking about going to school?
He's looked at, Trine University and he went to Purdue. That's Katie's requirement to look at. And, he wants to go to Indiana State with her.
USI is a nice campus too, down in Evansville.
Mhm.
It's a nice campus. It's a small campus, you know, but it's really nice. It's modern.
I'm requiring Taylor to go look at UK. She's not happy with it. She's like, I guess I'll go, but don't think about going, I'm not thinking about going there. I'm gonna go look, because it's closer than Purdue.
Yeah. Purdue's hard to get into. I like it. It's so different. And we went up to Trine and it's completely new. I graduated from there in '01. And at that time, the engineering building was new. It's really cool. Now it's like the oldest building on campus. I mean, they built new
Yeah, Trine's very.
dorms,
big.
cafeteria.
Trine's
Like,
big.
I told the guy we went in there and he's like, I've been there before. I was like, well, I have, but I'm not seeing really anything that you have. And I said, I was like, new.
Macy went to Girl State there, Trine.
You know, the track coach, they have an indoor track. And they're building, they just, like a month ago, they sent out something, they're building a new dome for, It's kind of funny because my roommate in college, his son starts there this year. And the
Oh,
idea that my son might start there
That would be
next year,
That'd be crazy.
Pretty cool.
that's kind of scary.
At least you have someone.
Hopefully they don't do the stuff that we do.
Oh.
I need to remember them on camera. Hi, Kathy.
Hello.
We're waiting for you to come
Yeah,
back.
we're like.
They're hanging out in the parking lot.
Are they?
They'll be in a minute.
Don't blame them.
Well, I was thinking about just staying out there with them.
We managed to get ahead of schedule a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking 1 o'clock, you're probably gonna be behind.
Yeah.
True.
All appointments work that way usually. This is good.
We'll probably be behind by the end of the day. Or so. When did you guys get that sign going? Was it just,
Friday.
okay,
Yeah, yeah. We were supposed to have it next week.
okay.
And they called me Wednesday night and said, we're going to do this tomorrow. I said, great. I think it's the wine festival.
Yeah. Guess it was Friday. I was going to work. They had the American flag.
Yeah.
Caught my eye, it's like it's pretty cool.
Yeah. We've been working on this for a year and a half. A year and a half. Finally got it done. I think it's going to help us a lot. They're not cheap, but we just have no way to publicize
Yeah,
anything.
well, we've been talking about that with some other departments. It's a similar situation.
I told them at the board meeting, they said, are you going to let the nurse managed clinic use it? Or are you going to let Dr. Frieda use it? I said, no, it's on mine. And I said, but I will rent it to them. I'll be glad to rent to anybody that wants to use it. We'll get it paid for.
Try to get some food in my stomach when you're out.
Thanks for sharing.
Maybe three.
Sorry.
Good for you.
Don't let it happen again.
14. We actually talked when Baker Tilly was in this morning talking about kind of where we stand with all our funds and everything. We spent some time on health because got the rug pulled out from under you, I guess. Might be the nicest way to say it.
That is nice. Yeah, that's nice.
So,
After really beating it up and getting it all working, get it all
Right.
going,
Right.
making new partners.
So
Need
around
the new
14.
signs in down there.
Hmm?
New signs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Talk about that.
well, I'll let you, Kathleen, start. We're gonna start with county health, I guess. Is that what we're doing first?
11:59?
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
So the registrar salary was in Indiana Health.
Health First Funds.
Now so you're wanting to move that over.
Move it back. It's still in the salary ordinance this year. And what we did was we took it out for 24 and 25 and used Health First Funds, which was a county savings of about $76,000 that we used Health First Funds to pay that salary. Now that we've had the carpet pulled out from under us, we need to put that back if it's possible. But it's always been in the 1159. We just took it out and paid it for Health First Funds.
And that's which
Okay,
one?
so,
Just one, right, did that last year, right?
Mhm. 24 and 25.
so when you did that, you had increases to your Health First salaries. Did you move those increases now back over to this fund?
Explain, I'm sorry, I'm not following.
You made increases using the Health First funds.
You're talking about from the 36 to 40,000
Yeah,
for that?
I'm talking you had 20% increases total by what's out on HFI to multiple personnel. So when you moved it back, did you?
Are you talking about stipend? Because that's the only one. We had clerical, which should have been under stipend, but it got categorized under, let's see, let me move back to 1161.
You had this is your budget that you reported to Health First.
Mm-hmm.
Your register, you have a salary hourly of $36,050 for clerical admin and register. A new hire for clerical admin register data analyst for $38,000. A public health nurse that you have an increase of $2,500 for.
We did not hire the
That
new
totaled
hire.
$49,025.
Yeah, we did not rehire a new person. We did not hire a new hire. That did not happen. Any of the monies that you see out of there, that should have been out of a stipend, but that account didn't have a stipend line item. So it's taken out of clerical assistant. And then later on, stipend was added to the 1161.
Okay, so when you offered when you made these increases,
Now, did those increases come back into the county's budget?
No, nothing but the registrar.
And how much was the registers?
The registrar, I came to council and slash commissioners in March, and the Health First funds, that salary was raised to $40,000.
Okay, so if, and I'm just throwing this out there, if we decide that we can't afford Health First completely, that budget, that salary should be reduced then.
I'm
Because
sorry.
you're paying for the programs that you had in Health First.
Actually, this is 1159 salary. It's been in the salary ordinance for years. That's how it's been paid. The registrar's been paid out of the 1159. And in 24 and 25, we paid that position out of Health First funds.
And now it's 40.
40,000 is what it is now, and we're asking for 41.
41.6.
But in 2023, it was saying $8,234.
Right.
Under the health, under the 1159, but you're saying it was actually in.
Yeah, in 24, if you go flip back to Health First, it was in
61, which is way back here.
The last time it was paid out of 1159, you were paying $36,050. In 2024, you gave a 3% increase, would have increased that to a $37,000 position. In 2025, you gave a 10% increase, which would have made it a $40,000 position. And I'm asking for 4%, just like I am the rest of the salaries, which would make it at 42.
Yeah.
So if you had been paying those increases in 24 and 25, we're right at where we would be. It's just that Health First funds paid for it instead of.
Yeah, and I remember when you guys came to us, one of the reasons that you said you needed these increases was because of the programs from Health First.
Right.
So that means you asked us for an increase for Health First. If Health First were to go away, then those increases should go away because we don't pay for Health First anymore.
Well,
That's how that works.
I'm still looking, because in 2023, there was zero for the registrar salary on 1161. And on 1159, registrar salary for 2023 was $8,234.51. So I don't know where that was paid out of, what fund that was paid out of in 2023. You're saying 23 and 24 were from Health First?
24 and 25.
So 23, there was only $8,234.
We didn't have
Salary for
a
it?
full year that year.
Okay,
That,
and
we
makes sense.
didn't have a registrar in 23
That makes
until the
sense
end.
then.
Yeah. But I think it's kind of hard just to look at these numbers and just see them as numbers, because now we have created new partners, new programs that we're going to have to find funding. We will be working just as hard, if not harder, to now find monies, because we just got started with these programs. We're not going to just say, sorry, guys, we're out this year. We're out in 26. So there's going to be a lot more work. The money's not just going to come to us. We got to go get it. And there's going to be a lot of work to do that. And we don't plan on, hopefully, we will have to cut something. But we've got other funds that we can use. Once we get into all of our funds, you'll understand that Health First funds, we do have a carryover from 24 of $63,000. And it's showing up in this budget right now, but I can't spend it until I report a carryover. They don't want you to report a carryover until you're actually going to use it. So there's a lot to keep up with, but we plan on using that 63 in 26. There's probably, with my estimation, there may be about $75,000 left over from 25 that we'll also use in 26. So we don't have to stop working. We're covered, but at the same time, there's no limit to how many years we can carry that over. So it's not like we're just going to be sitting around. We've got some money to carry over to continue our work.
Kathy, as Lance pointed out, from Baker Tilly, you're not balanced, and they're making their recommendation is $118,000 is to be cut.
Off of what number?
1159.
And 1159, I have, what my budget was 307. Is that what you have?
Yeah.
Okay, 307. Let's go to another area. This is going to be on salaries on 1159. And in 23, we had a nurse working 5 days a week, 2,080 hours a year. I mean. And after evaluating that situation, it was a walk-in by no appointments, walk-in. So we had to have a nurse there 5 days a week. We studied that program and said we can condense this to 3 days, which took that person from a full-time position to a part-time position. No PTO, no benefits, you're paying none of that. In that position, you're saving something like $28,000. It shows up in the budget, but it's probably not going to be spent unless we're forced to. We're not going to change it back to a full-time employee unless we're forced to. Why have I put it in there? Because I never know. I don't know what's going to come of the health department. I need the money in place. As you know, if we let the money go, then it's harder to get it back. And that's kind of that's happened in 24 and 25 because I started the appointment scheduling in 24, which cut the hours to about I think she worked like 1,200 hours instead of 2,080. So that money is a savings. We have another
Well, it's
position.
not a savings if it's in the budget. That's the
You're not
problem.
spending it. Okay, I use another
But
word.
it doesn't matter whether you spend it. That's what Baker Tilly's looking at. You've added it to the budget and they're telling us, you've got to cut 118,000. You can't leave it in the budget. We got to find 118,000.
What'll happen in 2026 when I'm forced to hire a full-time nurse? Can I come to you and say I need to put that back? What's the likelihood of it happening?
I can't tell you. You tell us what all of our taxes are going to be.
I'm in the same boat. I don't know either. You know, I'm in the same boat. I'm not.
But we got to talk about this year. That's where we're at.
We're gonna see
This
what you
year.
want to do. You want to keep that money. They're needed. Baker Tilly don't know that. They just.
And I get that. I'm just fighting my own battle. I'm not fighting with you guys. I'm fighting with these numbers.
And that total that Matt spoke of, I mean, there's a couple ways to go after it. One of them is, if there's money that's appropriated in this year's 1159 that you may not use, or may not use all of, those can go back to that person. You know, your cash balance when you started, which right now is $212,000. But, you know, so that line item that number would go up.
Well, but like she's saying that counting their salary, it's, you know, year to date 16, and the budget balance that leaves 43,746 in it. So that's not going to be used this year, especially up to 3 days a week.
I calculated it not spending what we wouldn't be spending, but it's in the budget as about $36,000.
Yeah.
And that's with a new EHS doesn't get top salary. He starts at the bottom like all new people.
That's remaining this year, you're saying?
And probably a little next year. Part of next year.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a $5,000 difference there. On the contracts, we had it in the budget last year, $750 to spray the 4-H fairgrounds for vector control. We went ahead, we didn't use 1159, we used HFI money. The office equipment, we had $2,000 in it. We didn't use HFI money. I mean, we used HFI money, we didn't use 1159. I mean, I'm crunching these numbers on a daily basis. I mean, when you've got money in grants and you don't have to spend county money, that's my idea. Because I don't want to ever lose any grant dollars just because I didn't spend them. I went over it again this morning. There's some things I have in here, like the corner we don't know. We just started this year in June. mortality review board. We may need a coroner, we may not. We didn't last year because we weren't far enough along in the program to have it developed. I can cut here and there, 1,000 here and there, and I've come up with about $5,700 that I think I could just let go of in this budget. I mean, that's nowhere near 18,000.
And, and I brought up to one of the other departments earlier, that, Baker Tilly's new to me this year, and their spreadsheet's new to me, and I'm trying to compare it to what I'm used to, but there's a few funds, like, they're saying if you have 20% cash reserves, like 20% of what your disbursements would be for the year. So like yours is 307,000. So if you had 20% of that as cash reserves, you're in pretty good shape. You guys got 30. So my question to them was, if your expenditures and your receipts, if we try to make them balance every single year, that 30 is going to stay there. And if or it actually could grow if you don't spend everything you think you need to. So how do you get that back down to where? And so that's where they brought up some ideas of, capital things that you can, one-time expenses that can be bought outside of the budget, out of your cash reserves.
The capital.
And bring this number down. You still get it, you just pay for it up 50 place.
How do you establish a capital, like a capital layout in 1159?
I mean, it would just be an item that we call it capital, but it'd be an item that you just purchase through your own,
Like office
your
equipment.
1159 fund. But I mean, it's not in here. It'd be something that you just appropriate from your existing cash balance. If that makes sense. Or the county can pick up as well. That's something we're talking with her about, because there's a few funds that way. Reassessment was one of them, where the cash balance is kind of high
Well, like
compared.
there's 2,000 under office equipment.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
And I didn't spend it last year. Like, we were required to update all of our computers. We spent way more than that on all of our computers. We have 7 departments. So I didn't spend it last year. I know savings not a good word, but it's just we didn't spend it.
Yeah.
I may have to spend it this year because those funds aren't here, going to be there this year. There's so much black and white because I have 6 accounts that I look at all the time. Can I get it from here? Can I? And they're allowable. Some things I can't spend out of those accounts, and some things I can. And when I can, I do. So this carryover is probably going to be our saving grace. If somehow we can figure out something else to do, we can. I'd like some guidance on that, though.
like uniforms, different things that are on any one of those.
And
funds that could be considered capital,
Did the food inspector say?
she went, well, that's another savings. That's another, sorry, I'm going to use that word. It's just in my head. I'm sorry. She went to part-time. That was a full-time position. So we have lowered that because that was more productive on 20 hours a week rather than 40 hours a week. So we crunched those numbers.
She had that.
That position did. So we've got 2 nurses, a food inspector, and a emergency preparedness that does not have, they're all part-time. They do not have benefits. They do not have PTO. And I really wish we could have a discussion about that some other time. Part-time benefits, just something to recognize they are important to the department.
That came out of local health maintenance. I mean, I suppose it could.
Was
The local health maintenance.
health inspector, the health inspector is under
1159.
Yeah.
Environmental health specialist, and he does septics, he does county complaints, nuisance, and he does animal bites. He does, now we have just been brought into housing is a new category for us that we haven't done as much as we're doing this year. So that's all added expense, but his salary has not changed.
What are your environmental supplies?
Environmental supplies can be anything from dye that you put in a septic to find out if it's a failed system. It can be pool supplies. It can be meters that we need to read stats in homes to find out if there's chemicals, humidity levels. Just
Would
a
that be cleaning
various.
supplies inside the clinic and stuff as well? Is
No,
okay?
that comes under janitorial.
Okay.
And we have HAVAC suits that we have to wear when we go into certain areas. So that's going to be part of that.
So Health First, you dropped it down to 80,000 roughly.
Yeah, from 300,000 to 80.
I mean, if the state goes on and cuts that completely, how much of the 80 then is gonna, what would you imagine would happen next from you guys? Would any more of that come back to 159? Or is that just gonna be gone?
You can never take that money and federal monies and put it in local, I mean, state and put it in local.
Right,
So
but the expenses, I guess, is what I was after.
the expenses we would, 1159 until we've got two other accounts that are not being funded until those monies run out. But like I said, we're gonna have to start looking for grant money. I mean,
But Kathy, and specifically to his question, because I've done a lot of work with HFI, listening to the commissioners in the council association. Year 2026, you're asking for 80,181.62, exactly what the highest maximum benefit you can get back from the state.
that's what they're offering us.
Yeah.
I'm not asking.
I know it,
Yeah.
but that's the budget you're presenting to us.
That's one yes.
Right. But there's also a minimum, which we don't see here. Because there's a minimum that goes all the way back down to 46 that we can still collect benefits from. Now, I agree with Lance, I'll say it, I think I said it earlier at the Baker Tilly. I feel like, me personally, you guys got hoodwinked and we got hoodwinked. You guys were told how to come to commission and council and ask for this money. And you told us in 2022, 23, you won't have to pay for anything. And all 92 counties in the state all jumped on this thing, everybody. So now we have a budget that didn't exist last year that's applied to this, that we got to make a cut to. We got to figure out, is this worth it? I'm looking at your excess and linkage account. You filed this with the state. So just that, and again, we got to figure this out, whether this is valuable to this community or not. You had car seats in here for $2,500. You had a total number of child car seats distributed of two.
And we're not, we're not.
I understand.
You know,
But I want to point out,
I
do
know.
you know where you are, where Switzerland County is, according to HFI? Out of 92 counties, what our participation, where we place out of all the other counties? What is our number?
What do you mean?
They have HFI has a list out here of where we place with participation.
Oh, I don't know.
We're 84th. And we're only away from 92 by 0.3%. I mean, out of 2 years of this, guys, this is you reported this to HFI. The total number of services provided to people in this county was 1,154. HFI puts on their site, keep in mind, these could be duplicates all the way through. We're not even getting 1% of total population covered here in the last 2 years. Or a budget that was last year, $299,034.94. I understand. I'm not pointing at the health department. I'll make this clear. I'm not pointing just at them. Should you guys, according to Health First, they said they recommended to all health departments updates from the time this started. We have not had an update. I don't know of an update to us. I don't believe you've given one to commissioners. But this is a very hard one for me to say this budget should even exist. Because we simply we were hoodwinked. I guess the governor before this came out with his
$225 million, and this new governor came in and said, you counties, you want to give pay raises, you want to give out all this stuff, you pay for it. And then the assembly came out and they had their big fight with the department heads up at the Capitol, and they voted and said, nope, we agree with the governor. Well, that's great, guys. We appreciate that, but we didn't plan to pay for this. This is the issue. And then just to add one other comment, I'm really shocked at this part. We gave to your grant process, you gave monies to the YMCA and to CAC.
Actually, no.
You didn't? It's because they're showing.
It's not updated. It's not updated. That's a revision that's going to be in there. They did not go on board with this, and some of them haven't. And that's been part of the big work. With all these salary cuts, employee cuts, these people couldn't provide what they told us they were going to provide us because
So
they
you didn't give any money to them?
No, but we've had to bring on new partners. So that revision is in the process now. I just can't do everything in one day, but we are, when we're losing a partner, we're going out to get another one.
If you understand that the state, HFI is reporting the state.
They know that.
Did give this?
But they know that. They know that we're.
You understand?
They
We
know.
don't know that.
Well,
We as a
I'm here
collective
to
group
tell you.
don't know that.
It's happening every day.
Yeah,
I
I
can do a
get that.
revision every single
But
day.
it's just like our county website not being updated.
I get it.
That's the same damn thing.
I can really do a revision every single day.
Okay.
And if I do that, then I don't do anything
All I'm
else.
saying to you is, these numbers, this total for 2 years of service that we weren't supposed to pay a thing for.
I don't know who told you that, but I wasn't here.
Who told us
That
what?
that you weren't supposed to pay
Doc-
anything. Okay.
Doc came-
I wasn't here
It's a
in
recorded
22.
session. You went, the commissioners have to, as per this, the commissioners have to opt in. And then you come to council, which he did. You came to council and you said, you guys won't ever have to pay for this.
It was when Health First.
All of us did
I
this.
wasn't.
All of us did this. And that's not on you.
Are you
Again,
thinking you've got to pay the 80,000?
no,
Okay.
no, I know my issue is we don't need this budget. We just don't. And
We don't
You're-
need which budget?
the Health First budget,
So do you want to decline?
that would be my suggestion to this, because that's this dollar amount. My question is, does the commissioners even understand what this is? This is the,
It's not fair because we are just getting our feet on the ground going. And I've got other reports to
Who's it-
counterbalance your reports.
right, who's it not fair to?
It's not fair to say you've got 1 or 2 car seats. There were some hiccups in that issue. We have people who have wasted time that scheduled appointments with us and won't show up. That's not our fault, but it is our statistic.
It is, and
And-
that's what you guys are all based
That's the
on.
county that we're here.
You're right, but again,
But we're
this
trying.
wasn't, I'm not putting it up.
We got the new
Look,
sign.
Hold on.
We got the new sign. We're gonna
I'm
be.
just saying, it's very
Okay,
hard
Matt,
to get into this.
I don't want to spend all our time looking backwards. I think everybody would agree. that
I'm
this
looking
thing-
forward.
No, you're not. You're spending a lot of time looking backwards. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to figure out the best way to go forward. And I want to, I know there's going to be some stuff coming to 1159, trying to foresee what that might be. These guys got the rug pulled out from under them, and I think we need to find a way to get them to 2028 when
I am going off of, you all received the same bulletin I did from the DLGF in May. They came out when this was announced that the governor and the assembly cut this. That bulletin from the DLGF was very clear. All council and commissions should be prepared to have your Department of Health come and explain the Health First budget. You should be aware that this is an additional expense that you were not paying for. You have to look back. You have to see, is this valuable to us? All I'm saying is, nobody can show me this is valuable. We don't have the participation. How do you pay for it? I don't know. But it's not about, they got the rug pulled. We, the county, got the rug pulled out from under us. It's not our job to fund this. That was not the deal. And that's what all these councils and commission, if you're watching those segments, That's what all these guys are doing. They're saying, we can't afford this. You told us never was this gonna charge us. Now all of a sudden, we own it.
But Matt, you agreed to it. Say, if the increases,
Right?
you
We
agreed to it.
every year that
You
you
were-
have
you
the
were as
right to
blind
opt
as
in
we
or opt
were.
out. Every year, we have the right to opt in or opt out.
But you were as blind as we were when you
I
said, yes,
agree.
we'll do these increases. So you supported us.
We did until.
So, now it's coming back at me.
Oh, no,
or the
it's
health
not coming
department.
back at you. It's
And-
not- I've said, this is the
Accepted
state,
it.
the state pulled all this up.
Yeah, accepted it when it was state funded, when it was a state program and pushed it. So that's just kind of where we're
Well-
at now is,
The registrar's not getting pushed on you. I see that as it was taken from you for 2 years. Because it's always been in the 1159. So it's not getting put on you.
the registrar does what?
The registrar takes care of all the documents in the office. She's vital records,
Okay.
birth certificates, death
That's
certificates,
record.
genealogy.
Got it.
Yeah. She handles every record that goes in and out. And so you always had that.
I'm-
And there was no, I won't say,
I'm looking at this and saying, with what we received from Baker Tilly today, what we have to cut.
What programs does
with
Health
this
First
program.
Indiana, what programs were not in place or not done before Health First Indiana? Help me understand.
we didn't
what
do the
Health-
YMCA. We didn't do the scholarships for the YMCA. We didn't do Infants in Bloom. We didn't do, which we'll do it next year if we can, the CAC. We, Lifeline, we did life screenings. We provided life screenings for the community for free this year with Health First funds.
This is all theirs. You had 19 total new programs. 19.
And that, and for a little county like ours, that's huge to add that in. And so, the first year we weren't that active. We were getting ourselves together, scheduling. And it's going to be hard, but we'll do it. I mean, we'll find some money to get it done. But, I felt
You
like,
can't force people. I get it. You can't force.
No.
We've offered multiple. If you got a complaint about council, come to from the public meeting, come, we're willing to listen. See our audience. It doesn't happen.
We-
I get it.
we
You
feel-
have, on these things, you got tobacco associate, your tobacco program. You got 2,500 in there, you had 4 people show up.
exactly. And
I mean, we keep going
how
down
many
this.
applied and then didn't follow through? They don't quit smoking.
I
They
get
just
it.
thought they did that.
I get it. I'm just saying,
We need to cut,
Hmm.
and that's probably. gonna-
Well, they've, Health First Funds already cut it, and we are too.
Okay.
As soon as we run out of our supplies,
I
that's
have
on the shelf.
I have a question about relief nurse salary.
Mhm.
So in 2022, we had a 2140. Can you explain to us what the relief nurse does?
She takes over when the public health nurse is not there.
Okay.
And the public health nurse can be on vacation, which is not paid. The health nurse can be, she's also our school liaison. She helps with all the immunizations when the school goes back in. She helps the nurses anytime they need hearing and vision screenings. Just about anything that has to do with the schools and the children and immunizations. She's also has a program there. She has taught other teachers there to stop vaping. So when she's not there, the relief nurse fills in for her. And we're looking at having the relief nurse somewhere around 400, on the history, about 400 hours a year. And the thing obvious is when you pay for the relief nurse, you're not paying for the public health nurse. So you're not paying 2 nurses ever at one time. I won't say ever. There might be an hour or 2 that they cross over every now and then.
Numbers not on the health, it's on.
I mean, there's a lot of moving parts here, obviously.
Mhm.
And, you get like the 36,000 you're talking about that probably won't be spent this year. I mean, that's a good chunk of that that's needed. It might be worth just having Baker Tilly kind of dig into this one specifically a little deeper to help us find some options here. Because there's no, I mean, you can't just straight up cut 1159, the number that she wrote down, so that's not an option, but
Because when it says not balanced and figuring it out, I mean,
you almost have to plan on the state keeps reducing health first and what that may cause to come to 1159. That's really what the
We got-
deal is.
We got registrations for conferences in there twice. There's one in the 1159 fund for $3,000. Where we only used 500 and
Well, are you looking at the June the 30th, the ending June the 30th? Because now that those numbers are up in the last 2 months, and that's more like $800 in that particular one you're talking about. So we have a new employee, and that person has to take certain classes and to be certified or approved. And so the first 6 months of that employment's pretty hefty. So I put some of that training in Health First funds instead of keeping it in the 1159. So I paid a little bit out of both.
So that line screening is 25,000, only 85.
No, I had another grant that I used to take up the difference in that. Plus, we had to decrease some of it this year because of just of funds. And then we had partners that dropped on us, which we could have used more funds, but we never know those kind of things. It's always a shakeup. It's always a shakeup. So we could have seen more county residents. So we were hoping that we could increase it because that is something that somebody shows up for. That's not something that you spend $2,000 for to an area of the town that's complaining because we never come to their area and then 4 people show up. It's discouraging. It's heartbreaking. Notes are being taken. We know where we want to spend our money and where we don't.
in vehicle repairs and maintenance, there's
Yeah,
a request now where there wasn't before in 1206.
You're talking about the 2,500
No,
of the 1159?
no, on 1206, vehicle repairs and
Oh.
maintenance, 5,000. There's never been any before.
Yeah, 1206 is a fund that's not going to be funded again. In the past, there's never nothing was allocated. So this year I tried to kind of jump on board, and because we are pretty soon having to have we may need a new vehicle, I don't know. But I just allocated that. I probably shouldn't have tried to accommodate so much and go in here. You can see all these. I've tried to say, okay, let's try to put an allocation to these.
Because this is the one
This will no longer be funded
I guess you can keep spending the money until it's gone.
till it's gone. Yeah.
It's currently.
And probably I should have just picked the areas now that I see what's going on here. Pick the areas and just said, don't do it anymore. Don't go to any trouble. Just leave it in a bulk amount. We can do that.
Knowing that if you went back now and fixed, using your statement you just used, how much do you think you could reduce?
Your 1206 into the other budgets, you mean?
Yep. I'm not looking, Kathy, I'm not looking for an answer in just a second. I mean. make
Good.
sure-
I don't have one.
I'm saying if we gave you time to go back and look at this
must be time.
and
No, because
from
1206,
your conversation the statement that you just made,
because 1206.
can you reduce
The
this?
request is basically 75,000.
You mean, can I take something out of 1159 and put it into this one?
Yes.
And so, I can. I look at the future. And I see the future here on 1206 having more than $100,000 in it. It's dwindled down to 75. I have another one that had almost 300,000. It's now down to 200,000. I have a Health First budget that was 300, now down to 80. I had an immunization grant that was at 32,000, now down to 2,000 next year. I just see all of my money floating away and I have no reserves. And then I hear, and I get it, don't think I don't understand the numbers, and I hear you don't have it either. So it's not looking so good for the health department financially. All of our budgets are getting cut and what reserve we have, we're having to spend down. So it's,
I mean,
it's tough.
I
It's
wish we
just
could
tough.
find a better way to help you, but
That's what I mean, I really feel like talking to Paige again about,
Yeah.
because you guys have multiple accounts and they're for
Yeah.
specific purposes, and knowing what's coming, I want some more I do too, because I just don't have a full grasp on.
Because like you said,
Best
you
way
think you
forward.
might need a new vehicle. Well, that would be a full-time, a capital.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
You know,
To me, that's something the county should take care of, but,
exactly.
I think what Paige gave us, and I don't disagree, we should bring her back in. But I think when she's listing this as 118, that's not even a part of our general fund. That's a separate, she's saying, you gotta cut.
right, but it's because, this is the part that I have a question about, it's specifically because the disbursements are higher than the receipts.
Yeah.
But yet there's what she considers by her numbers, a pretty healthy cash reserve.
Yeah, I don't think it should be 1159. I think it should be in the impact of the entirety of the health budget.
Yes.
You can't cut
Yeah.
18 from
Yeah.
300.
Well, because like 1206, like Kathy said, she put department requests in here where there never was any before, trying to, figure it out, just like physical breast exams, there's 10,000 in there. Where did that come out of before?
And we didn't. I mean, no, there was, usually if there's been a grant
I
and
got
then the grant was used up and you just need to use another grant, apply for another grant.
But you don't know if you're gonna get that grant.
Things are getting tough.
Right,
Right,
so,
we know.
so that now falls,
Right.
again,
No, Kathy.
there it is.
We're having a hard time.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of contacting her and specifically diving into the health department, each one of these,
Yeah.
looking at the cash balances and what's coming, knowing Health First might be, you almost have to plan for the worst from where we're sitting. So what might come back into 1159 and give us some options, and then maybe sit down with you. I'm sure there'll be emails back and forth before then, but,
Because like 1206 is on, basically 63,000 increase in request for, because like you said, 1206 was kind of like the dumping ground where you put your requests in. I think if we spread them out between, 1161, 1159, and all of them, I agree with Lance. I think that it just needs to be kind of looked at
As a whole.
as a whole.
Yeah.
I agree. It should be, there's no way you can pull 118 at 1159.
No, there's no way. I agree. I don't want
She
Kathy
might
to have
have
a
a
heart
rule,
attack
there
either.
may be a rule that we don't know about.
I'm
because
not gonna do that.
Baker Tilly does a lot of counting. And so maybe there's something we just don't understand about that, why it's 1159.
And they would have some suggestions about it.
Right.
Is there any way I can be a part of that meeting? Or is that, I'm off limits?
No,
With
no,
Paige?
absolutely you need to be there. But there's probably gonna be some emails from us to her, asking her to kind of dig into the health specifically and the different funds you have and give us some options.
Well, Paige is looking in Gateway. Is everything in Gateway, including like grants you'd had that you won't have and that kind of stuff?
Everything that's on here is in Gateway.
But it's not gonna show grants that you did have that you're not gonna get now. So that's.
And I don't have the, yeah, oh, it does, yeah.
She's loaded those
Yeah,
because
I
she
know.
doesn't know that
But
she's
that's what
gonna
I'm
get them.
saying. That's why Kathy needs to be involved in that conversation.
Oh,
Yeah, I want to learn as well. I mean, what's going on.
She's probably gonna come back and say, well, that you just take the chance of getting the grant or not getting the grant, you don't load it into your budget.
Well, there could be different grants too.
And Lance, you were right. There's so many moving parts that changes quite often.
We kind of covered, I'm just want to make sure we didn't leave anything out. So we did 1159. We talked about local health maintenance a little bit. So
Lance, I think we should just ask her to come back, bring Kathy in and look at this. I think our question is, it's not 1159 page, it's look at the entirety of the budget to
Yeah.
get to that 118
Yeah.
cut. And nobody's doubting we have to cut 118. But we could do it out of that.
there was on the 1159,
That's still the health fund.
there's a line item for county health janitor for 6330, and then on the next page, a janitor expense for 1,000. Is that for?
Supplies.
Health for-
One's a salary, one's supplies.
Okay.
The janitor, the nurse managed clinic and the health department share the salary for that.
Okay.
That's why it's just around 6,000.
And the coroner doesn't go under the health department, coroner.
He has his own salary. She has coroner listed for things that she needed.
Kathy, how many of these that you put in here, let's just say the breast examinations, and then you're hoping you're gonna get a grant?
Mhm.
How many have that up? Do you have loaded into the budget that's now in Gateway?
That may get a
That may get a grant? How, can
That-
you identify
that-
those?
Oh, right off the bat, no, but things like that, you can get a grant for a little bit easier than some other stuff.
So if you can provide us
Yeah.
prior to this meeting, so that we can see what's been loaded into the budget that may have the possibility of getting a grant, because I'm sure she's gonna ask the same question. So we should know that too.
And you know, I had to pivot when I lost all that Health First money. So in my mind, when I was preparing for this budget, I thought I was having that 1161 monies come in. You know, I mean, it was just slam, 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 like, okay, now I've already submitted my budget. What do I do?
I mean, it was,
You know?
I agree with you. That smacked everybody in the, it happened in April. Nobody was prepared. People were thinking already for 2027, 2026. They just need the rug out.
Yes, it's, yeah, and it was all cheerleading and hyping and, you know, rah, 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 we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that too.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
right. And that's not your fault either. Now it's just figuring out how to manage it.
no, not fault, but problem. And there's a big difference in the two because he just worked them both differently, but,
Yeah, I'd like to email her and let her
Okay.
work on a few things before we sit down, I think, so she
Yes.
can make the meeting more,
Well, on that topic, then, if you're gonna email her, we can all send it to you, but I'd like to keep this one as open to the entire council and to the health department as possible, with emails going back and forth.
it may be easiest just to do separate ones. You know, just a health fund email by itself and not the other, so it doesn't get confusing. I mean, bombard page with 10 emails before it's over.
you probably don't have a time frame since you don't know, she doesn't know this is coming, but would you guess?
I mean, something, it's gonna be fairly quick. We've got to move.
Yeah, we done moved.
And when, you're asking me to see some of these, I can move out of a fund into a grant, another grant, you want 1159 or all of
Well,
them?
you said that you had hopes that you put it in
Yeah.
here, Gail's loaded it onto Gateway, so it's showing as a part of your budget. You can identify which one of those may get a grant, that's gonna help Paige. Because she may come back and say, then you should pull that out, and maybe your number comes down.
What-
At the same time, it may not be what you want to hear, because if you don't get the grant, you're looking at the county to pay
Yeah.
for it, and
Or not
we still
provide.
gotta we still gotta get down to this number.
But I don't have any of those in the 1159. It would all be in other.
And I think that's weird.
She needs to make
I think what you're hearing here is nobody here believes you can cut 118,000 out of 1159 by itself.
Yeah, okay, thanks for the work.
And Kathy,
I thought it was gonna be over today.
We're just getting started.
I had a question on 8912. School AgCo Workforce Development Grant.
Mhm. That's our school liaison grant. And, right now, that budget, I mean, what we have in a balance there should be about $230,000.
And that, is that going to be funded again? Or is it finished?
No, it's done. No longer funded.
So what she's got in there, she just has appropriated. It's not necessarily, it's money that's sitting there that she needs to spend.
And it's specifically for children, anything that has to do with education, providing AEDs, providing school supplies, whatever. When the school calls us, we try to say yes, to everything that they require, because that's all we can spend it on. We can't put an AED, we can put an AED in this building only because children's STEM practice. So we're going to be doing that pretty soon. So I think I can't do the courthouse. You're not hiring children, are you? But yeah, that's it.
Part-time nurse and then miscellaneous. I guess I just didn't understand what the school AGCO workforce development grant, what those
Yeah.
department requests.
When she goes to the school for any services, we do not pay her out of 1159. We pay her out of this one. So her salary's paid out of this when she leaves the
What does
office.
she do for the school?
Vaccines, vaccinations, immunizations,
I
assist
thought,
in,
I thought the school kind of deal with Encompass to do that kind of stuff.
they didn't talk to us about that. But she goes and assists the
Do you know,
nurses.
Patty,
I don't,
with the school and the nurse?
Like she does more assisting, and like if there's any kids that show up at school that hasn't been vaccinated, we go to that school and vaccinate those kids. Sometimes it's 12, sometimes it's 20, sometimes it's 1. But we go and vaccinate the kids.
they can coordinate that with the school nurse. I'm in the
Yeah.
admin office. I have
Yeah.
no clue when they come and go.
But you were saying you thought there was a deal worked
Yeah, I
out.
thought that was the big deal with Encompass being across the street. All that was being covered through some.
Some kind of grant.
Help here, go.
Right.
I
I
don't know.
hear
if
that
it's
it changed. I thought that was the
We
whole.
don't, the school does not have a partnership with Encompass Health. That's what you're asking. No.
Like we did a kids expo health fair. All of those expenses came out of this account because it was a kids health fair.
That's good. I mean, you still got money in there to do
Mhm.
those things. That's,
I-
yeah, that's,
The health department did pay for a bunch of AED.
But 10 AEDs, yeah.
Yes. It's a huge help. I do know that.
yeah, it's, I mean, to me, it's, the first hurdle is, I'm getting the budget to work for, next year, but I just want to look beyond that. Like you're saying, spending out all your other accounts isn't real comforting either. So it needs to be considered for future, what, how's this gonna look? So
Yeah.
that's all stuff I'll ask Paige and we'll figure out.
Yeah, I think you said your future looking. I don't know if you were listening when Paige was speaking this morning, specifically on that health first, she made it very clear. You could eat even more of this next year. There's no guarantee. That was what came out of the governor and the assembly. There's no guarantee we're done cutting this.
And I get it. I've talked to some other administrators, and some counties there can help the health department more than Swisson County can help us. We just hope that you are trying, that you just support me in one way or another. I just, that's just finding me help to work out some of the stuff with Paige. That's good. I mean,
Well, just figuring out how to shift some things into capital, and things like that to kind of work with the budget there.
Just not seeing it on the cap.
Unless something could be called capital, but it's not,
And I want to reach out to her, get some help.
I think
Her give us some options, we can.
I think that's a good idea. I think I would be open for that because I would like to hear what she has to say. Help. Did you hear that? Help. Anything else?
Anybody got any questions?
No. I think you got my email address, so just shoot the questions away and I'll try to answer them. Thank you. Mhm.
It's not reading, they're grading. I mean, it's part of that. Nurse Managed Clinic is like the. It's down there.
And it's not a.
No.
That's all, what time?
We get a grant.
We can go through that and then go get something to eat.
So the one after lunch will be at what? The next one will be 1:30?
Yeah.
That help things.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're,
Kathy does a dang good job.
oh, yeah.
She does,
absolutely.
yeah,
And this is what,
This is.
people may or may not know, I mean, we're,
No,
They got as screwed as we did.
yep,
we're,
yep.
as far as health statistics for the county, we're number 92 in Indiana. I mean, our health statistics are the worst. So something like this comes along, absolutely we should jump on it. And talking about these programs getting going, I think it's great. That's what,
It's just getting the message out there.
yeah, and then if
Let them know.
they shut it down,
Paper.
Yeah, I mean, just like Karen said with the voters, it's the same thing. And I can't get the
And
message out.
there were councilmen and commissioners coming out of their chairs. It's gotten that bad. And, I mean, 80 is nothing. Go up to these counties that are paying the bigger ones,
Right.
1.3 million, they gotta come up with now. They're like, you don't even, they're having the same problem with Switzerland County. Not even 15% of their population even use the program. They're like, where do you expect us to get this from? I get it. We were all led down this path. I guess it's the old adage, whenever somebody comes to you with something's free, don't believe it.
If it's too good to be true.
No,
There
and
you
at the
go.
state,
No such
you
thing
would
as a
think
free
the
lunch.
state should
Yeah, there you
learn
go.
About health, especially in rural counties, you
Right.
know?
I mean, they suckered the department, the health department into creating this, getting these programs.
We have
They
people in
pull it
some
right out.
parts of our county that are closer to Ohio County than Vivi, so, they're not gonna drive to Vivi because they don't have the money to, or they don't have the gas money to get to Vivi.
Well, how many people live in Switzerland and kids go to school in a lot?
Quite a few. Quite a few. Especially when you get in the Patriot area. It's not closer to
They
Rising
have
Sun
some
than it
things
is
in
Vivi.
Patriot, I do know that. Other than the daggone road, you can get there.
Well, that's true. That's true.
And then
That's a whole separate issue, Kim.
And then next week it'll be the section 10 foot up the road, and then the next year it's another section 4 feet up the road.
I should just close 156 down and fix it and then reopen it.
Reassessment was the other one that had a high cash value,
Yep.
last page about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do separate emails.
Yes, we talked about it real quick, but 32,000 on the phones.
What's that?
The 911.
Oh, okay.
Is that for a special fund system or?
That's what we had, statewide 911, she's recommending $32,114 cut. That's a lot from one time. It's significant.
That's a major public safety issue too. There's
I mean, that may be one that go to the investment, and say, we need to make this whole. We need 32,000 on that, but how many times are you gonna do?
Everybody in the county is now updated with the 911 addresses, right? I wish we had last names on mailboxes still. It made it so much easier to find.
Remember when?
Everybody walk around with a name tag.
Yeah.
Does Dr. Frieden give you, when they do their budget, do they give you what they're expecting revenue's gonna be from the state? Because it's all paid.
Yeah.
We don't
No,
know.
but they do get revenue. I can get it, what we've gotten so far.
Because this is one that Jackie, she used to keep an eye on too, this is see. Without knowing what they're bringing in, we have no idea if they're over or
Right.
under.
So far, we've got in this year.
All like a year to date. I guess I did bring their budgetary status report.
Definitely with any money.
Confirm you. He knows he's coming.
Yeah, Kelly's coming at 12:30, yeah. So far this year, they've gotten 58,000, a little over 58,000 in grant revenue
Did they just turn that back around? I mean, how,
for the grant.
does that just go through the system, through the
Yeah,
budget
it
again?
adds it to their
Can you see on there what they received in years past, or is that a different place? Like totals for the annual totals or whatnot?
Yeah. In 24, they got almost 160,000. They treated at 157.
Where's the balance?
It's not it's not 85 or 81 every year. It swings 20, 30,000.
Well, 23 was 157, 24 was 159. So. You know, and they hiatus fees and collections from them every month. What did you ask?
So
me?
they've got,
What's the balance in that?
like, yeah, so I'm showing like I printed this one, this is a meter too, but their fees are like $93,000 so far this year, so the balance of that, their budget would be those fees.
Looks like they have a balance around 99,000.
You know what their fees, the other line, the other half of the budget, their fees, what they were in 23, 24. Was it on that sheet you had up a minute ago?
Really? 169 and 23. Yeah, and 24, it was a little down, was like 119, 118.
They didn't realize they collected that much in fees.
Well, and then you gotta remember some of that was, because we share the same tax ID number, that some of that is for SCER. Remember how some of that used to come out of there, Medicaid, Medicare wouldn't let us share.
I feel like
Right.
Dr. Brady was supposed to come, but apparently he's running late.
Okay.
How late is he gonna be?
I had no idea. They increased his schedule.
Do you want to do it or do you?
I mean, it's pretty cut and dried. Yeah. You want to go ahead?
All right, you guys.
Are you okay doing it?
Yeah. I mean, like I say, there's not much to it.
Okay.
So, the fees and still like, in the past, did Jackie just kind of, average, like the last couple of years?
What their fees?
Yeah, like, or like what they would think they're gonna collect? How did she know, like, what the revenues were gonna be, I guess, is what I'm
She
getting
just took an average.
of the last couple of years or something?
Kelly, what is it with the SCER and the commercial age clinic, as far as the tax ID number, but Medicare, Medicaid, you guys have to share, and then you guys
Yes.
take a check, and some of it goes to them.
It's better now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Because a lot of the insurances are using the NCI number and we have separate ones of those. So it's a lot better than it was, a whole lot.
So it's like your fees and stuff like last year, they were like 119. It showed for the year. And that's probably, you know.
And a lot, it just depends on what the insurance rates they have. There he is.
You told us you wasn't gonna be here.
He said he was running late, maybe.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Do you want to? All we've got is, we cut our malpractice 5,000 and we're asking for a 4% increase in salaries. That's pretty much, everything else is the same as last year.
Did you and I not have conversations on insurance?
We did.
What's the outcome?
It's settled so that, trying to remember the way the commissioners did that.
So they did help you out?
Yeah, so it was switched over to, I'm named as an additional insured on that policy, which is the way it should have been anyways, as a supervisory role. So that dropped the cost about 20 grand.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great. But yeah, but I think the way it's settled now is good.
Okay. All right. I had that down from our conversations.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't, when you walked in, I was asking Gail about the revenue you guys get. It wasn't in on the book. They didn't, Baker Tilly didn't include that in this one, so we didn't know like what the expected revenue would be to even tell if you guys were over or under. So, but we can get that from her. I mean, I assume she'll do, like, it sounds like maybe an average like Jackie did before. You know, we don't fund you guys at all, so it's just making sure you don't spend too much is our only job, really. But without knowing what you're getting, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean, our cost report just went in. But I don't have it right in front of me to know what it is either.
It's all gonna depend on how much insurances will pay and how much the patients will pay and.
I didn't know you guys collected so much in fees. So she was giving me the numbers for you walking in. I thought it was more of the grant and less of the fees. I didn't know. But
Well, in order to have the grant, we have to bill.
yeah.
So
It's good. I mean, it's good.
It's a requirement of the grant, so, you know, if we collect more than they don't, it's presumably we have to supply us as much, but it's a requirement.
So the request is 34,313 for 2025. I'm assuming most of that's from.
Was there anything in here that you guys had for this year that you're not using, that you're not going to spend?
There might be, but it's just like postage and we don't know as far as supplies and, you know, I'm sure they're going up and.
Practice went down 5,000.
And it could probably go more unless, you know,
And that's this.
unless they increase it for next year.
Contractual services are like what?
A little bit of everything. We contract with the lab, credit card company, anything that's a repeat every month. It's a monthly bill usually.
What is OASI?
It's taxes.
Okay. That's a payroll. Yes, all right.
And I did increase that because I was 40.
I'd like to know the revenue side of it, but I'll ask Paige and Baker Tilly about that. I mean, unless for some reason revenue, she expects it to be low, which I don't know why that would be.
Well, we hope not.
Yeah. Well, anybody else got questions?
Good job. I'm not sure what we need him for.
Yeah.
He just needed a break from patients.
That's right.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. I need to email her about that. So we're good till what, 1:30?
I will be in here.
Go grab something to eat. Take a half time.
Second.